Oba kwaba.
Oh, yeah.
Ana minu ya ba ama poma checheku. Ono so aba betena say. Ama.
Hello.
Ena de okabro.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Nyame adom bibi aboko. Yo ho. Anopo so de wa ho fe na ba bidwo. But ni nyina mu no. Ya da sedama nyankopon say nyina yetumi sori ahomati na ye nyina yasan ba be hye mu e wa ha. Ya fa sada kese ma Solar Natural Clinic na no pay say fertility issues. So kidney no ehun hia and a kidney transplant in about den woni $150,000 as you can to V8. Woni be 18 no kidney na issue liver problems wo ba be PMO e wo Solar Natural Clinic e betumi aboa. Insomnia omo muntu wenda no azemo. Nina Dr. Solomon Apia Kubi our da Solar Natural Clinic and so betumi aboa na fe wa ma waduro na ho ato prostate issues bema say utume boa na Tembia Johnson no etume ya boko na fe mema momo adwuma ye wompem ama ya do topic na so
Almost say
mema na omuntumi mo adwuma ye wompem no no so Dr. Solomon Apia Kubi ebetumi aboa na fe wagina na so den hwehwe wa Accra kokomlemle ye be have sina high school no ye number is 0553 932631 0553 932631 wamada woro ma ya tena se ya de obonkrata no so de ebre wo ene anopai Franco we leading mobile phone and accessories and electoral gadgets no ne outlet ba ko pe no phones ahodo bi a ope bi a obetumi anya bi e wo Franco Nokia Samsung iPhone smart TVs bi a ope bi from 32 inches ekopem 100 inches me say me I 100 inches no no sa no me hwa 90s and you gina manim no Ntenei smart TVs bi a ope bi a ko Franco ha obetumi anya bi Franco the Franco air conditioner ba from 1.5 horsepower echo 2.0 horsepower 2.5 horsepower na say so hall ne so eno ena wo behia chest freezers ahodo refrigerators washing machine microwave and afi blenders ahodo no you will be CCTV camera na akronfo adroso nti konako pebi na fa bo fie se na be ya oti adwuma ma obetumi ami afo no so na afi wa hwe ne e koso e wo ho Franco wa so ye bebre wo mai mo eti odia ne se obeba ye ho ya tete ne ma ne so ya tete so ya hwihwan so eti odia ne se obekọ ya so ye ho na afi bibia atumi akoso akwaje odie Franco I was 0246 422338 0246 422338 and 0555 939311 0302 225651 o fram penyifo betimi ajo so afi ma me nkomenu anom no hoda afi yenko eye de obo enkrata num na afi yenwurawura mu yemba ba mu yemba ba mu na yenwurawura mu
on the newspaper review no say newspapers ya folding no it was
say ye ba mu
sa
na yenwura mu
on the uba mu sa na e de ba to one side
na de ba
na we wani say
wabie wani
no ahwem ye
mama kai
no watimi akinwum
no boy no bie wani fi ati Okrah emre ni ho ma yenwurawura mu sesia na fe yenko ene de na eye nkrata na eka
okay me the daily graphic na be fiase na anope na asem kese ya odi aba na daily graphic wan ayade nti mani eje homa me bo wan aba so say na me pese wo moye no government of the day no be projecting insem and conform position and conform minority funds and enti mamu nka nkyere mamu kwa ye bribi sa ubahwe na mamu di minority hu sa afenyo mark na obe banner headline no da nim na di Mahama na vice president nzema go she kona bi
na say o news maker nti say o call parliament na say o ka bibia na say hu hia say ye de to front page I say nra na esi ye
ko job Nkrumah will never allow that to happen.
Well. Into way so Emma Felix Mane happen.
Felix Kwajo Fosu. What is Shamima Muslim? Misramo.
No, but they have their editorial policy. Graphic are independent. It I think
say independent.
Oh, you're independent.
Graphic can never be independent.
Oh, you're independent.
It's the other say government rallies MPs for Galamsey fight. And I'm sorry, Oman Peninga Bedi, Chobinfo Nana Genopoko Ajiman. Info Niaba.
Yenina Yamame. Yeah, Mammy Odende. Mammy
Odende. Awa too. Ranche Mudibi Baso. Okay. Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and our conference no. Okay. And one more share is send a bear Galamsey betime to us no. And Oko Kasa wase. And Oman Peninga Bedi Chirichim say, Sa Galamsey nyina no yaka say betime to us here. mmarahyɛ begwafo ɛwɔ asode wɔn nso wɔ asɛde wɔn mu yie pa ɛsan sɛ wɔn na wɔn represent various constituencies across the country enti unim mmansi no mu unim nkurɔfo a wɔn wɔ mu a wɔn to galamsey enti wɔ sɛ wɔn nso wɔn yɛ wɔn afɛmode sɛnɛ ɛbɛyɛ abɛtumi aboa wɔ saa kwan no so na yɛtumi etu wɔ ase enti saa nhyɛmudi n'ase ɛna Ghana mampanyin abɛdi akyire ɔbɛnfo na anagye no pokwa agyeman ɛkɔka saa nsɛm no ɛwɔ ɛhɔnom saa nhyɛmudi na ɛbaa so koro na no nora no ɛna kyame hene wɔ Ghana mmarahyɛ begwam ɛyɛ owura bagben ɛkɔ kasa wɔ so no no so di kɔkɔbɔ akɔ ama mmarahyɛ begwafo no sɛ wɔntwe wɔn ho mfimfi galamsey anasɛ biribi a ɛyɛ fam agudi to a ɛnnam ne mmara kwan so no wɔntwe wɔn ho mfimfim ɛnte saa deɛ a nankasa bɛhwɛ sɛ saa mmarahyɛ begwafo no asotwe bɛtumi akɔ ama wɔn ɔsi mpremprempo a yɛde nsɛm ɛrebɛyi no nipa bi yɛde petition abrɛ no wɔ ne office hɔ ɛkyerɛ m sɛ mmarahyɛ begwani bi ɔde ne ho afɔrefɔre saa galamsey ne tu bi mu nti ɔsɛ biribi a bɛsi nkɔ bɛsɛ na atwe biesa ntam ni no ɛna wato nsa afrɛ no sɛ ɔmmra na ɔmɛyi ne ho ano wɔ saa nsɛm yi mu enti ɔsɛ mmarahyɛ begwafo nhwɛ sɛ wɔbɛtwe wɔn ho ɛne afiri galamsey ne tu no ɛho
sɛ mampanyin John Dramani Mahama ɔno time a wɔkɔ soae ɛyɛ asoafoɔ no wɔse gye sɛ ebia n'akyi ansa na woyɛ MP anaasɛ woyɛ aban soafoɔ anaasɛ woyɛ aban mu nipa a wobɛkɔ akɔyɛ bi sɛ wowɔ sika sɛ dɛn na wopɛ sɛ woyɛ small scale mining koraa wɔmma ho kwan da because yɛn ho in the past kwan a Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ɛde ɛyɛ Ghana ɛfa so na ne nkurɔfoɔ na mekae sɛ mekɔ Pristia Honi Valley ɛne saa ɛyɛ Western region mpɔtam no wodu a ɛsi asemasi concession ni o na yɛbobɔ aban mu mpanyinfoɔ din sɛ
sɛ saa berɛ no mu sɛ party hia sika na wɔ sɛ party hia sika
saa na wɔkae
tape ni bae ɛkɔ wusi no wɔn nsɛm a wɔkekae party hia sika
ɛti party hia sika no ɛna mo akɔ fie no ɛyɛ normal
nti ɛyi ni nsɛm foforɔ bi a na no pɛ daily graphic
ma wo sɛ Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority panyin akasa wɔ sɛ COVID-19 levy no yɛnyim firi hɔ
acting GPHA boss no
so ɔne yɛ sogyani no
yiwu ɛna ɔde nsɛm ato gua kyerɛ mu sɛ COVID-19 coronavirus ɛbae World Health Organization po akyerɛ mu sɛ
World Bank ɛkɔ
ɔsɛ koroni hɔ biom eti koroni hɔ biom na adenti na bɛpem sabre yɛ buso
a sika Ghana for tete yɛ mɔwure mu di sika kɔma aban nanso aban wi a wɔ sɛ gwama yɛ free water me kra ma nya bi
ɛno akyi so ɔnsa bɛgyegye sika no free hɔ nti wɔn enti no opening ɔhwɛ akyiri sɛ boss ɛwɔ Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority ɛna ɔrekyerɛ sɛ COVID-19 levies ɛwɔ hɔ no mu nyinaa no ɛna fe VAT on transit nyinaa no cargo transit no
COVID-19 levy has never ever made sense to me and I think say Ghana for bebree na ɛne ɛbɛyɛ adwen it doesn't make sense I think na yare aba na yare na kɔ yɛtua ho ka sɛ den
sɛ Akufo-Addo amamo ne Akufo-Addo na di bai
ebeyi ama ukura ne he
almost didn't have a 2 shadow. One can't show one wabo on
Tonight's presidential Tonight's presidential business dinner postponed.
Who say?
Dinner because
who say after SONA Biano? Who's Anka SONA Biano? Anka
Biana. Omia dinner.
And on set. Even cry Independence Day celebration no my body say yen kete wese enti yen to me yen no kete wese ne nkoka se na ye koye so na wi enti abeko ne akoye dina no ye chichiro man ye pesika no dia ye mputu nyuma
enti we are cutting wastage
oh yes
okay Matiase
enti Brian to us times your bokata the beto so 70 be said the Okrah graphic for abaso said ne o maye de nakoma pe no the Ghanaian Times I the same thing their macro anti sabon se ma wo and almost the vip ma me na na je no pokwa agyeman mfoni abeto akama ne nyina afa fo magudie to ho se ensese ye tu fo magudie a e de ose ye bebanti wo mo ye sa no nya hweyim Ghana Statistical Service for bo amane wa ha wo mo kira eye trade surplus 2024 nkwa no Ghana recorded 44.7 billion Ghana cedis no ho asema no pay what the about we Ghana 2024 trade report enra wo be beto dwane mu nsembe
and
nsemi we Statistical Service Professor
enim ne wo
no na omode ato eye hono afi wo se research bi akoso ama research ni mu na bede dwa se health professionals e wo my Ghana mu no emu ha mu nchemu aduana 40% wo mo ye unemployed che so mo tifie ya wo mo ni adwuma ye
minimo bi a owie suku okoye course a eya pomudin adwuma course bi a I friend physician assistant bi owie suku November 2020 oda so tifie 5 years
we be before no be
Aisa hey me free 5 years no more and news so 5 years o tifie
yes so dan esi ayi obi de wo de dachi you know ebi wo na chi azana homoba into research no also 40% of health professionals yeah wo high class say a doctor for ni apomdi adwuma for no ye ayi na ratio no wo mo nso yen wo si ye fa nipa be nurse ni ba ko obetimi ahwe nipa be apem ne na chi na say wo 40% wo ho a wo mo ni adwuma ya
wo mo fie o wo ma wie school ma
akogentete wi anka wo si aposti wo mo na so mo ni ba bia akwa na yekoya na se ba nti ho asem so ene wa hem na galam se
na den aban ye de afa ho okay mampanyin beba be read so 9 ena budget no so ba
ho asem beba krakra na de awie o de bokrata we mo no pani bi na ode afuto ema esem galam se ho ntokwa ye de asrafo ena ehyemu no wo se yenhwe ho asem se de bebo am etumi ehwehwa so the Ghanaian Times your bokrata ni nsemi anope ode ba ye eno no
okay mami fa Daily Post entuaso na omanpanin John Dramani Mahama beko mrahye begwem no a State of the Nation address him no Piesie nia abane se na mrahye begweni bi ni manfo bi a wo say wo ye NPP fo na nka wo plan se ne SONA no wo be distract Yewura John Dramani Mahama na bia odru ho no
ma WhatsApp chat bia ho
eninam
yes ya save edin no e sa WhatsApp group no medin no ya save no e
Vincent Esefua
Esquire ena ase wo katra manfo se mampanyin e beba nti no
ye mra honom
na ye mra emetwintwan ne nemu
sa
no ba mu da ben a ono no ba be fra luta
we
Esefua me kai time na ye wo agrenga no Esefua
we
time a Esefua sa time na o education ministry so oye na po akora
na since that ben put ne ye so na ye destructive your friends and I see a disruptive president here man me so na
yes
you know this kind of micro minority no almost thinking they different no
go ahead
almost thinking they different
continue
honorable nominee go ahead
me share from you know from the leadership they ba say I say me nim adwen dey share omo trim say masa we minority a eno nche se bibia you have to
say be coca ya
dede mperimfo say yenye dede muntu table munye dede say suban no mo ka say mo ye keji fo ana
nyansa bi animo
kra say bi omo nyansa mu sa yenko say yenye say we disrupt that the end minority leader that na obi sa yes ya man nsenti ye approve no we kasa
honorable member for Kwama Beposo
we kasa
honorable member for Equiapem North please let's hear you
enti esanse mi nyina wo Daily Post mu na enwunwa enti unya Daily Post ni bi obatu
enwa de enwa pa
menti ase mo after December 7th mo se makofa Ghana fo Zangrofa makofa on krabo allegedly wo mo say omo ye NPP supporters ana mo se my employ wom abanfufro abana mo say there be sad ne ntimi ntwaso I say and president Ebeka State of the Nation address nti who mobilize this nkrofo yi say wo ma distract
say ne nso ye no sa na wi aye me kai 2016
bra
time announcement no ba say NDC lose elections na wo my employee bi mo no me ka say enye good governance practice and I say any good government practices I say ye you omo no anya me dede but nanke ni hu kwan say see in the first place
yeah
it is say mobile no na mu yi omo a me kai letter bia na nam doc me ankasa me ofa ikwaku agima manu doma omo di yi amanfo adi so I was like okay nanke ni hu kwan say see in the first place
yeah
it is some mobile no na mobile be yi amanfo a na say Momo free so a mo sa the same thing na mo no mo kaseti ai no mo ba ade nyansa no ene because ade adwene free to form ana
me I say as a friend na no pay Daily Post dey aba no say we will reverse BOG's negative equity governor Dr. Esiama ono no ye governor ewo Ghana yansika krabia bia tanga Bank of Ghana chim say Bank of Ghana ansa na bank dida no beko no na won ne ye niam bi nkoyie sika wo twetwe gu mu ni ade de anyina no say bra wa ba foforo ne Dr. Siama chim say onye ni sabio ne wa sa negative na wo ho no wo be reverse no na Bank of Ghana tumi ejina ne nanso
Bank of Ghana otuoyi won ton me kon ton ya adro anso de bia yes Bank of Ghana boka
but you can say in JM ni first time no BOG ejuma ma munya mfaso ma mu DCC hospital
the bank hospital
but after 2016 8 good years Akufo-Addo ni ba me MPP fo buy no na Bank of Ghana aboka
60 billion
wo boka wi so won se won go see headquarters unim say up to na that headquarters no enema was em konwa kura ni ho unim Bank of new headquarters no
Nema
oh bra
ko da ben
Missy me asem my beka asem bia maka se asem enya no kwareda
oh there be men cancer say
yes
senye yankwa netia
yes
etiefo ne ahwefo ehwe ntina me bi say wo ko ho da ben
ma ko ho sa Bank of Ghana new headquarters no Missy nkonwa kura nim baby enim
ye beto bi agum
form cement
where we o daily post
yankwa na ko nwie tel na fe yen sori em say
bresosem also say
na anopay wono so e de to post election revelations na yes MPP for no ma ko research we KNU you say KNUST research report be e da ba bededwa e wo hanan de wo kane wo say wo mo akoto aba e wo abato e to wie na no nim na ko mo professor yede edutwum ebeye running mate name benye napo
MPP for omo ehwehwe mo boy
preferred edutwum to napo pay investigations
was if you na very much na
wait me kai comment bi obi ma social media ba me to be nka now I don't know be try the picture Satan now I say track suit so that obi be ma comment bi na say hey Ghana for you
enti we ye per research no emu fa bi ni o we nya ni nyina we ye fa bi
na Ghana for per dutum
prefer the duchum voters wo mo senti no mo se nkrofo ameto aba nti o mo ameto no na mo prefer se de educhum ye ran
ba nya meanim no kranie wo de educhum si wona de na posi wo de anka meyi na po
sa
se ba charisma na po charisma che educhum oh come on
kwame nkruma sunsun se ye adwuma o
ela mo mama no ela mo kwame nkruma no
Ejeusia eno ho asem ena yede atudwa wa he professor na anaje no kokwa jema so de 2 MPs enim so mo amia nko galamsey so ho asema no pem de obokrata de bia ba o se NS yakumi woni yakwati amrahye bedwani na no court e de a convict no ya ye pe no na ye de warrant na achi na ba
ye pe na doa no
wode ba Supreme Court was stay sa sentence no e chese yentumi fasa kwadu enyanta because isi asem ye betie wie
stay
Supreme Court
ya stay
ayo ya the chronicle the bokrata no e de abawa ha
na chese steam achi asem no eti no gina ho a enko bia eti menchi NS ya okume
Supreme Court
oh well galamsey no asem na me person can me pass comment bi galamsey no mo amowo Eastern region be mo nsuo brim no fam ho ni insura babebo we num dam num no friends kaswa densu mama baby a densu no no mama ye hu nsuo no any te sen because abayi ba ye yate se wono mo ebo adwuma galamsey na ekofom se na ye ebo kokko MP menko ye bi MP for mo ane ade no mama ye hu the state of nsuo no se na site ye live on Facebook Power 979 FM and of TV XYZ Ghana what do wadwen kire ba ye be kenkan ni nyina ya ma asa
asa
bia support
kwajo opon kroma na no ka ba ko ba o se eba financing infrastructure se ye empuntu yuma hodo na ye de sika hye mu anka PPP the way to go public private partnership.
Oh, okay. I said build, operate, and transfer. BOT.
Hey, BOT.
BOT, baby, will be a mature. Ya frawa ya fa. Mia minuano, mia na mimiano ha. Yo, Matiama Poma Cheche Kumedase, Yabesha with you. So, what to win about?
Summer show.
Oh, Shami.
Danyame.
Sakuma so baby, so I friend and that mine. Akrako Fidako, Medase, Okoto. Yabesha with you. Ebusha for Akrako Fidako na Mapoma Chichikuna Tio Moncano. Say one more ede the Obokrata no mun pese mono ede ebreyen. Dwaboase Power 97.9 Casa Fide so live on TV XYZ. Sene misika no. Jomadi we nya yankwa na yedie eya na do adwenkyere na ba sene be ya yesu ebehu ne ekoso ho BBC minim ba wo na wo fie no na obetuma aka che se Piesie bibi say na esi wo baby ana asem na kan no say na sitiam nti momfa mo adwen kyerɛ emra sabra ohwi akyerɛ kwan na no nso abo apa ho sima baako abrante na betena se ebo tela Piesie ebo ya abrante o
Piesie ya abrante rough
oh ya was
yes yaw utu ana etiem
bibi abako de
am ya do wi akoyi
Asha Black Stars for Jesse
oh that way Ghana Jesse Black Star na boom o ze Black Queens e bo no same Jesse no mo share
nti we Ghana Jesse
na Black Star the boom
mate na agudie mo nsem no ayekrado fire two ebo fire two.
Alright, I'm not paying yet. Since some cost of feet, I'm on Insemina, and then you good krataswa, yet the Ebremo Black Queens of Ghana. Udim say, I'm for Kesia, not Omo Ebono, I'm Nyamba, so Omo Air Communications Director, Matilda Dimedo, and some Atuja, reason why it's a game no end to Nyamba Sanso, and Anana Odro Safu ESCO member. Unim say, Brena Ekasa as a Ghana Football Association, Omi corrupt, he can't go on, and Omudi El no so, and some Atuja said, Omo Kenina. Enya no kwebewrem na de hunsam nyina e de ro sanso ena e do china boxing bout kesepa e baso e wo Accra Sports Stadium eno ya din blood sweat and tears eno so no ne e baso no ye bewrem na boxing e matchmakers and as a matchmaker na ono so ensem ode atodwa ni nyina e de bebram sanso ena boxers no so no amonsam amoka ni nyina e bewrem na ye de ni nyina e de abraw sanso ena aponche bako onim say ba football ma ye won ponche bebre Mika goats, almost the greatest of all time. Bako sisi anu pen for a fine no. Esan say okoso a referee, okoso ni kuechi, ana opiano, and also no fine no, and semi koso ina. The baby no room, I and drum matches a koso, and the matches are a koso amonina no. The hun semina, a de Ebron producer and a Roger, Emmanuel the sports monarch and a kojo. For to find the Miss American Semno Ebredino, a bo. Taylor Yensha Semna say na Yanko Ghana Football Association. Omo executive council member Bakwa. Ono most of the time I attending kapa ewo efidie so na odro safo. Ono ni din na making or den sem atuja efa Ghana Football Association ho. Bebe na eya na omo kase Ghana Football Association. Asa omo ho no sikanko na omo di corruption na. Ho no enya grokra we na odro safo ababontin ebeka se omo kase Ghana Football Association. Umudi aye corruption edi yo modwuma ni nyina wase entronkwa yenti ensema odrosafo edi tuja.
We've heard it. What is corruption? FA no enya Ghana government FA association. So it is the members who will say we are corrupt or not. Those who talk about to say so food can say corrupt. I tell with the people that we work with or work for no, are presented audited accounts every year. So if they have problems, they will point it out. Perception, yes. And you know, that's tag, no? Yes. Omo kasa ade no kura. Omo kasa ade no kura. Apart from Sofudu, some are journalists. Some are people that I expect so much from. GFA, we only do budgets for the Ministry of Youth and Sports when it comes to our national teams traveling. Because we are the managers of the national team. When we do our budgets, we send it to the ministry. The officer in charge from GFA will go to defend it. They will tell him, cut this one, cut that one, cut this one, cut that one. He will go prepare it and then to do it and then send it. When they are satisfied, they take it to the chief of staff. It goes through cabinet, it goes through the Ministry of Finance, and the money is released into the account of the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
You know, we and someone I know Drosafo also or the two Jack King and said, I say Ghana Football Association, Omunya corrupt, Sana Bibrina Air Cano, or so Musika Samuel there, or more, a ya or date or Yomomuye or AF Association Hunina, and to no corruption pan there, to me and now own for Ghana Football Association, and Kahum Yefio, na Janko and Black Queens of Ghana. Women's football communications lead Matilda Dimedo no so den sem atuja efa Black Queens of Ghana matcha nanka omukobo Morocco wodim se omone Morocco national team the Atlas Lioness etumi eboy omudi ncho 1-0 ena Morocco etumi ehia the Black Queens of Ghana nanka Mande nso nanka o se omone Raja Athletic Women enso etumi bona sa game no
entumi amba so na wey na Matilda Dimido ori ensem atudwa se o si game no ebe sha ase no na omo ne eye Raja for etumi akọ agreement ni bibia wie na so no match no ebedru no na omo ne omo ko AstroTurf eno no under 17 and say under 16 under 17 ni under 15 for AUSU na ohwe professional players omo bobo a wo ma AstroTurf pan dia na AstroTurf dia professional players eni kwan say omo bobo e wo AstroTurf so enu nti na sa game no mpeni etumi call eye Black Queens game and also second game na nko so omo bono off no yentie Matilda Dimido.
The second game couldn't come on because Raja club were not fair to us. You know, we are an A team, a national team of our caliber, and then we come to pre-match. We discuss, we agree on things, and then game day, the team gets into the mood, ready for the game, get to the academy, and then they are offering us a small AstroTurf that their U15 and U16 play on. That's where we are supposed to be playing the game. There was a natural turf to play, and then our technical team came together and were like, these girls are professional players. We are preparing towards a major tournament, and you want them to go and play on an AstroTurf at this time. It was going to go against them. We were preventing injuries. We were making sure we have all the girls fit for the task ahead. And because of that, we came in, the whole team sat down and took a decision that if that's the way they want to go, then we might as well forfeit the game. So because of the cancellation of the game against Raja, the coaches were not able to see the rest of the players. The first game, we had the opportunity of fielding 17 of them. And so 5 of them couldn't get the opportunity. 5 out of the 23 couldn't get the opportunity. And then we are just hoping that when we get back in the next FIFA window, that's against, hopefully maybe against Senegal in April, the 5 other players, together with some new players, will also get the opportunity.
Intino Matilda Dimido enka ena yeti ya no yefi ona yenkwanza from dia na yerem na yaba aye association football na wonim se mpenifo e dia tudwa se Ghana Premier League na ye call anase ye break here no sisi anu mpenifo e resume no on the data ba sisi anu ye best start anase bebo Ghana Premier League no e wo match aye anase match 7th ena ye betumi abon until next week Friday ena ye share Ghana Premier League na CBO eno ena aye match day 23 games ebetumi abaso no standing games eno so ewo ho no eno aye match day 20 no eno so ebetumi penifo ade atudwa se eno so matches no betumi akoso match 18th to match 20th sanso ena match day 21 eno so standing games eno so ewo ho no enso ebeto so awo April 1st to April 3rd sanso ena match day 22 standing games no so ebetumi akoso ewo April 15th to April 17th way any ensama penifo ade atudwa anase penifo ade aba bonten se Ghana Premier League no ebetumi atwa so na mo hwe nim se na Napoli eyiye no omo eya no 6th match into no after 6th match no ade chiya na Ghana Premier League no so no etwa so enso ho we any ensama penifo etumi ade aba bonten na Ghana Premier League ye resume no na General Secretary ede Emma Ghana Football Association Prosper Harrison Ado or the nsem kakra atudwa Ghana Premier League na resume no eba no yentie some Prosper Harrison Ado ekan.
Information will be coming out so that the teams know when they will resume, and also the general public, and indeed so that the clubs too can prepare. The various things that we set ourselves to do. Some of them are things you do, and some are a process, and some are recurrent every time you do. So you can see that we are on that journey. We've done the trainings, we've done the engagements. There are a few things to do, but which we will do this week. And so information will be coming out. Today is a Tuesday. I'm sure you get the information.
General Secretary Edema Ghana Football Association Prosper Harrison Ado no so sama ode atudwa no yemfiri ona yenko club licensing onum say esi ampenfo ede atudwa se Venus ayebo Ghana Premier League ni nyina no mpenfo ehwe biom omo ko around na mahwe se bia wo ye fit se obetumi abo Ghana Premier League ni bia entino se ummiti eye standard club licensing ede atudwa ne dia na wo eye nea wo anase nea wo hwe say obetumi e de abo Ghana Premier League Venus no omatumi agidi nyina enso efiri wo nsem certificate a wo a wo de Ghana Premier League penfo e hwe ana say club lines for e kwa around biom na say ummiti eye purpose say obetumi abo Ghana Premier League dia ombaji wo certificate ni bibia enso efiri wo nsem entino say anhwe kra na etumi enya 5 Venus a eno kra ye betumi ahwe na etumi e de abo ye Ghana Premier League esanse penfo e de eye nyom ebre atudwa say sia no na Napoli ni wo no e bae no o say ye hwe anim say security no etumi air tight here Venus na sanso and a CCTV cameras na dia there bebre na etumi ekoye mad Venus omo hwe anim say bibia enso bekosi e ho na obia oda club lines ano eye esmi mens or then some kakra atudwa the reason why omo hwe anim say omo ye re-inspection ewo ye Venus ni nyina
mind ourselves of the unfortunate incident that happened a few weeks back and a trigger reactions trigger a whole lot of conversations, stakeholder conversations and a whole lot of meetings across the issue. Abandon say also social centers but before the start of the season, the inspection has a travel committees and reporting during the course of the season. When after inspection or before inspection, teams put things in place, but in the course of the season, it looks as if they relax a bit. So unfortunately, it is. So we have to come back and re-inspect because we shall ESCO the communicate about enhance, regulations, security and safety regulations. There was a need for us to come and re-inspect and look at areas that you may improve it and advise anything that my class moving forward. So as to say, the period could be the safety by paramount. So basically, that is why we have embarked on this re-inspection.
And to the way and some club lines on manager Esme Benz on his audio to go Mushanim says he's around no say Venu no a meet standard or say the Premier League Nidia now certificate on Omuji F say after inspection say a 5 Venus I the Ghana Premier League crap before I see 5 Venus now and I be you Ghana Premier League if you are now young called Dream Saves from head coach he did Eddie Karim Zito and also then some Atuja FA security and also a mad Venus no simple for is here no a police for and I say police personnel and I say security personnel at the Abai Venus and no Adorson Sisiano or Hopi say is here no military men and so a become be now say and I say fans and I supporters and say military men and so our Venus now on the comport of Yense Karim Zito no so some kind.
Who are doing very well, but if they will add some few soldiers for the meantime, it will be better. This is about law. The law doesn't give you the opportunity to kill or to even wound somebody. So to me, I feel, for instance, if I were to be Kotoko coach, I wouldn't play that bad that day. Why? And we all learned that during the pre-match, they promised bringing 120 policemen. There was some proposed team by Kotoko, and I think when they go by it will help us. For instance, the security, CCTV cameras and so forth. It is everywhere, even in cars. In my car, I have CCTV camera there. So the moment you come there, I see it. Who is closer to my car? So that thing is very, very important. I know it won't be easy now, but I think the measures laid down by Kotoko and Hasifo, if the FA is able to, for interception of
and some dream says some head coach Karim Zito and also Nisama or the Atujano Yenfree Karim Zito Akachi na Yenko Yile boxing or him say China but Kesiapan Air Bus Accra Sports Stadium and no idea that's no blood, sweat and tears. Now boxing bouts now Air Bus on 24 and the Atuja say boxers now Bemuno Theophilus Alote Junior Lopez Osha Abrantian and the records are or a boxing muno enya grokra isi amino say ono eno ye national super flyweight champion Ghana ha sanso ena eba Ghana ono number 1 sanso ena eba Africa Abrantian no number 6 we are seeing na 101 sanso ena nipa ba kwa ono so ejinam the denden Haruna Tanda Muhammad ono so no oba ne recorder ono so no sisia no ono national cruiserweight champion sanso ena oba Ghana ono number 13 sanso na Africa number 34 na wiase nyina nso no oye number 350 we ban the professional record na abrante no 5 bouts and I say 6 bouts or 5 wins and 1 loss and so na sansana nana AJ the president Clinton ono so no oba Ghana ono ranked number 5 eba Africa ono so 31 and wiase nyina 369 and so abrante no and so 7 bouts ono so 6 wins plus 1 loss and so na bout na Barcelona in paid for Eddie Atuja say Barcelona countries bebre and so won't be Beko Togo, Benin, Nigeria, and baby bebre. And I said different bouta and also and I said Nipa and boxers are on bet me Akubium no Joseph entry and so Dodona Efren Basuka. Sounds and a Lookman Akinologbe ono every Nigeria ono a friend Upper Jesus sounds so and Fioklu Dogbevi and so Ejinembi David Kanezi Uche and also Ejinembi sounds and a Komlavi Dogba sounds and a George Akoto where any bosses are China or across post stadium you're showing him so to me Ejina Kono maybe beer and so akos see and you hope say promotion of boxing and so able to me acronym and wisdom boxing promotions and on the support can see way ehihye so ni nyina no ehhwe nim se boxers a omo ba anase omo hopi se bibia bekoso ye edi amagana no motumi agi weight titles no omo so ometumi enya boxing bout na omotumi enya enough preparation na se omunya boxing bout ebi ewa amorone na se omo kwako a omo so ometumi aginem omotumi ewini world titles enso etumi edi amagana na brand bako a okokon Theophilus Alote o say ono nipa ono ne kwako no ono nipa no onjina ye esanse nipa na oba no o say ono opportunity yemtie Theophilus Alote nsem o kan ye
prepare kwa ma fight nipa ba enim direct ma ye so far as coach Asaro mi change ya me ni shaking bia wo esanse binim direct ma ye o be amam me be kunu kra o mini fight ndara me be kunu esanse ya mami 3 opponent omo na join and me dey blame na go to Nigeria news yeah join no dey oba we dey different cra esa say 3 opponent are joining na we dey o say oba dey pass say but me na was say system be be monti me previous fight no 8 rounds na fight 8 months na afunu and training different cra esa say Nigeria no Benin for no join no dey say oba inte was say yeah prepare man pan esa say the kun ring
we Theophilus Junior Lopez Alote or see the opponent no better the tea obeku no ujina ring the mun kwan dia abrante no hwe ne professional career na ono no owakopa wo hwe the professional career na over 7 bouts ni nyina aye anase 8 bouts ni nyina we win ni nyina so aye knockout into ono no untumi ni nyina ring mu be ye untumi emfa no nko be 6 rounds wo de na kwa 4 rounds obekọ form eno Junior Lopez Theophilus Alote no so nsema odi atudwa na administrator na matchmaker edema wisdom boxing promotion Sarah Lotus Asare ono so de nsem kakra atudwa ne komu a on share about no edema boxers no yentie no
matchmaking na here for show we no senior na boxer na can for main bout ni say no you started with different opponents ebino mama kaso negotiation bibia koye afi ye ko drew final stage no. So you always they make us say they mention or matchmaking them say you always have to have maybe 4 or 5 people that you are looking at because boxers no if you know who say almost stroke a crap na omo higher through ultimately omo twi omo nkonti ye hwe me hwe boxers no mo kunin na almost skill level any money it has to be fair because even the panels on your gun in crampo I was so much shown in your fair into ye share fairness na ye de pairing no and ye only Nigerians number kun was shown so ye were also 3 boxes or more free Togo.
Sarah Lotus Asare ono matchmaker ono asanso administrator edema wisdom promotions any wisdom boxing gym ononka ana yeti ono na ye catch am say ochina bout no baso ewo Accra Sports Stadium 7 p.m. ana sa bout no baso ntino say o ticket ni bia de han say o behwe bi na onso otsa akabi na wetumi akohwe boxing bout ni bia o say ye promote ye boxing esanse first no na ye world champions na omo Ghana ha sisi ano ye ni world champion bia Ghana ntino ye hwe nim say other sporting disciplines no ye promote no na ni nyina nso ye kwa na yetumi ato ticket na yetumi akohwe bi na bibia enso akoyie wisdom boxing promotions ochina ye hwe nim say bibia enso ebekosie e de ama boxers no enso ho yen free boxing akache na yen kwa amrone na yen hwe ne enso no ekoso ewo amrone dia endra matches bebre na enso ekoso ewo amrone English Premier League Tottenham Hotspur etina fie ama Manchester City ebomo ekaba kwa Omentumi Antibi Sans and Brentford any Everton the Toffees ebo 1-1 draw Nottingham Forest and so any Arsenal ebo goalless draw Sanso and Manchester United etina fie echi Ipswich Town ebomo ekamensa omutumi etimu mienu Sanso and Liverpool and so echi Newcastle ewo Anfield ebomo ekamienu a Omentumi Antibi na matches na eba so no onim se coaches bebre na enso ekasaye Newcastle manager Eddie Howe ono so de nsem kakra etudwa wo embra omo Newcastle and I say omo Liverpool a boy ya omo di nchono yenti ensema Eddie Howe Eddie tudwa.
Yeah, a decent performance. Disappointed with the goals we conceded. I think they're the key moments in the game, especially the first goal. We just don't track them a man into the box. We don't mark him tightly enough. And from there, it's always difficult when you concede here. Then we're in the game, we're fighting and scrapping to try and get that next goal, and then we do exactly the same thing. We don't mark tightly enough in the box. Simple pass into it and good finish from their perspective. But two really soft goals.
Into the way some head coach and manager at Newcastle, Eddie Howe, you know, so okay, Nottingham Forest, our manager Nuno Espirito Santos, and also no Endra on the Arsenal, able goalless draw away, and Ebisa Eddie Howe said, oh no, I am mostly who said, oh boy, a 5 back now, Endra identity, and a 1 more 5 back, or say, who's Arsenal, only striker behind to me, 5 back, Pep was in the same about 5 back, Yenti, Nuno Espirito, no some kind.
As Arsenal doesn't have a striker, so Merino playing in that position, there's no need to an extra body. So the overload will be in the midfield. So it drops. It's about containing the midfield.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Nuno Espirito Santos, manager Edema Nottingham Forest, and also Ninka and Etiano, Nuno Espirito Abra Bapano, which are on no or Yena or Yadepa, a managing a career move Wolverhampton Wanderers or Bayano, Yehu only Wolverhampton Wanderers, or the a year sounds and Nottingham Forest in Sunum, Hisiano Yehu now the Nottingham Forest, and so a enter Papano, or experienced man, coach mu now manager Edema Asna, Mikel Arteta, and Dra never upon confuser, any frustration and not a quality, not a Yagro, and also after the game, also the Dinsem to Gayentino.
Reflect, we have a few days now before the PSV game, so that's the time to do it. It's about winning now. It's about our games. That's the only thing we can control. It was the same a week ago, 10 days ago, 2 months ago. That's the only thing we can. Disappointing not to win the game, obviously. We are here and putting everything that we possibly can, and the effort that they put in is unbelievable, the spirit that they have. So we want to win. We're here to win. They are there for anything that they need. They know that we've been together for such a long time, and they are a joy to work with, and we're just looking forward. And individually, all of us, you know, how can we add something just to create that spark and...
Mikel Arteta manager the Arsenal also in Canada and what Chifano Bossa as he 2 games on Timisha go only striker into Nisiano Papa no near fun team no Jenny Nemu rough Young Cocopa Italia and Drans Juventus and Empoli Ebo 1-1 draw your or penalties no and Empoli and so to me Juventus Eboma Kenya to me Etimu Mieno na ya Cocopa de Rey and so the Real Sociedad Etina Fie I'm a Real Madrid to me Eboma Kabakwa to me anti Sans and a Coupe de France and so no Stade Brestois and so Etina Fie Emma Denkeke Ebomo Ekamiensa to me Etimu Mieno na Stade Brochet and so Etina Fie Emma Paris Saint-Germain Ebomo and Song a moment to me and Tibi and so no share Paris Saint-Germain I only said last week State Brestois no Bomo and so on to me anti Bisansuna and Dra and so no to me share 7 goals into no 2 games or match 14 goals and and there West Ham Leicester City Bebo Sanso and Bologna and so any AC Milan and so the last story I did sorry so no Yanko US unim say Inter Miami and Lionel Messi and so Lionel Messi no this year no walk on I say holidays I don't know the holidays now or US no per and here na match no air course na a brand Lionel Messi okoso referee and I say third referee no okoso on the con and Opiano or Casem be good team and Opiano say oh na we no mempe cra o shall na mess on influencer or football mono or say in for mostly sa players no cra omo bibisa na e ya na pay for entumi entwema so nanso no na Messi in for say a brand no na oye no na nkweni kwan say oso referee oso ne kwan epiano enti no pay for etumi afan no omo say a undisclosed fee Oma final Sanso and a brantia ɔno nso ne din ɛde Luis Suarez ɔno nso no mpanyinfoɔ afare no esan sɛ ɔno nso no ɔkɔ so player bi mu ɛhwe n'aso mu a ɛno nso no nti si ano Inter Miami David Beckham team no mpanyinfoɔ a wɔn ba hɔ Lionel Messi ɛne Luis Suarez no wɔn bɔɔl no wɔn abɔ ewie holidays na wɔn kɔ nti no si ano wɔn deɛ wɔn gye wɔn ni saa ɛwɔ US wɔn nti no ɛno ɛne nsɛm a ɛno nso no ɛkɔ so ɛnso ɛwɔ US ɛne Inter Miami ɛnso ɛmbɔ nti no sɛ ɛde nsɛm no ɛbɛsia na ɛyɛ Piesie Okrah ɛnso atoa Dwaboase so ɛde amen producer ɛndɛ Roger Emmanuel the sports monarch ɛna Kojo Fosufan de bi nso amede nsɛm no ɛbrɛ mu ne di no ɛyɛ Ebo Taylor Piesie ɛtoa Dwaboase de amen
aka Ebo Abranteɛ eti wesi form okay my discharge obetumi akɔ abujafo ɛyɛ gudi ebo 7 ɛkɔtɛ no ɛwɔ power 97.9 and afei TV XYZ Dwaboase dwumadie so ɛnie wadwen kyerɛ somebody bebre ha and state of the nation address amampanyin John Dramani Mahama eko Ghana mara shebedwe fie na afei wako ede akwakoto ye ni mo manyi asetena o manyi ne tebian na bose ese na esitie ye na ebe kan wasem ne etie na wo fie enche obeduru me nche na afei yenso ye kasa ne me pese me ne me constituent no e kasa etie me constituents ne ye bedi komo na no pain enche ye beko Ghana mara shebedwe fie and then I cost one pace. Abra no pay busy, free for a busy, sir. You better one for you also what to me and who. So what the honest Obama Fidena die and some of the doors of Pan. By Mono and come baby, you try and one but two, ya bar, Yadina cano, a better also.
Wa fi hwe sama ye odina we mema ne hu se ye ka no wasam wo ka sa papa kesi ya na oba ha na ne nase atata ya okasa na odin sa katana no ane but we de say sa papa no
ba te de mo kan nyina Spanish garlic mixture ene ne capsules adawroma ena mema pomodire sa no
wow why you nice and kasa Spanish garlic mixture ene ne capsules ene ama why you kama pa
eboa mo boje dia afusane wo nipadua no mu na aboa sisasabro awotutuo hypertension ete cholesterol so obi otadwo so ntentem pa gas gina wo Emma Okrah amane amuhunu mafichi kromu nyina atuatwa obu Okrah wadware wie no afa na ne ho ye ne hene
enti asono Spanish ginkgo capsules ana
Spanish ginkgo eno de ye nnuanu nura watwe free ginkgo biloba ene soya oil mu emma wadwemu so da ho
Martin so say yes eye anti aging and ma good retentive memory
na ye to ne hene
Antec Herbal Center for ene ayi enya na pharmacies chemical and herbal shops eno an say mo frɛ 0266 11 41 11 apemfu abato mo manufo no kwada wo ne mfedu mienu enka ho FDA
I am Chinese Dr. Wei. You are welcome to Roma Traditional Chinese Clinic. We deal with the stroke case and the kidney matter and the spine problem. So most of the time our patients, they come here because of the traditional medicine and the acupuncture and the traditional therapy. We use this the method to help the patients come out from the illness. Always we do our best for our patients. The patient also take us as friends. We want the patient to come inside with happiness and also go with happiness. That is our work.
Roman Traditional Clinic was established in 2022 by Dr. Wei Young. Dr. Wei has been in the practice for over 16 years.
I have known Dr. Wei Young for over 17 years. He is compassionate, hardworking, and very professional in his dealings. His facility is well known for the way it manages strokes, heart disease, liver, kidney, and other problems.
Our services include laboratory services, X-ray, scan, and general consultation.
But the brand here, my goodness, with the ministry Roman Veg Traditional Chinese Clinic. Now the call on ampa one share me, I'm a who told me. Ne honsu na mhunu say, send one sign yarwa bebree. Na me. It be stroke, diabetes, hypertension, spine, liver, and kidney problems. They come from our say, abri biara over problem biara fasa we nyina. For when it's Roman Veg Traditional Chinese Clinic, one be show and wapumudin ejina painting.
Roman Traditional Chinese Clinic, we have our special treatment for our patients. And I do believe that good emotion should be the best medicine for our health.
So there's some look fast. Mama, me again. Let's go, Yale. Me quite human. Oh, unity. Mentally, I'm sent my family doctor when I'm crossing over. So what was swearing? She has malaria. Malaria. Oh, what is the word you root? Make up the absence. A drone, a friend, Ruta next. You come and let a draw. And running so calf trap and the draw abaso body acid wabo Ruta mixture abaso Ruta natural products nwane Ruta mixture ya de kutia a treat Ruta tonic and the Ruta life wa ehuru e feel sad body e feel nipaduam na support immune system no Ruta de obi ase FDA age dwede krato ya tu.
Ghana, get ready to win big and live large with Mega Cash Lucky Box, the game where you could walk away with instant cash prizes. It's easy to play. Just dial *426*5# on all networks. Follow the prompt, pick a lucky box and reveal your cash prize. It's that simple. Win massive, up to 500,000 Ghana cedis. Don't miss your chance. Players all over Ghana are winning now.
I won!
What are you waiting for? Dial *426*5# or visit www.megacashluckybox.com and play on our web portal. The minimum to play is 5 Ghana cedis. Your lucky box could be holding that big cash prize. Mega Cash Lucky Box. Dial *426*5# and win instant cash today. Don't wait. Remember, terms and conditions apply and is NLA approved on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Eti ye live out TV XYZ enti afei na wode wafidi atwa ye ma kwaba kama pa ye fa seda kese ema agbozo herbal clinic ne woroma boa ye ne be ma okosire ni ma pan na waje mu mesre konoko Pedro agbozo herbal center betumi aboa ma be ma nkwamwa no ewo form no eno nso ye betumi aboa amane ma enso atumi akonkan edem yare bi akwa ba bi akwa bi nkantema bi na afei akwakoye Bibi ho enamu yare ni nyina ye waduro ho ba wanamu ho ne nkoye nte ya na wakọ ho so ye duro kapa nyasem ketwa ya wankran ha kwahyeman ye ben ohere na himfi ho a ye na ma 0241 750282 0241 750282 friends is here 0557402696 ofra pay for bejo so kotemanso a your community 25 Savannah Junction you need Def Traco Estate and edition anymore 0557 402 696 so fra okwa pay for ebe to me aboa ma bibia to me akonkan Haxa Miss Chano abedwa so mesra didi ana aduane ni gina wo bo wo yefunu dwa wo sanfro wa ti se kura bo yefro also dro ebe to me aboa wo ama bibia tumi akɔ nkan enso eno no haxa mixture any haxa capsules no also tamfo bakopa eno no weight loss as obi uyafuru ni nti no untumi nya kese wo so tia na etie na fe aduane ni gira obona kakra iyo how wadaro makope bia betumi aboa ama nyama tumi akɔ nkan wachi bremo no ekɔ sisi ono yafuru yare no etore bia ebi so tumi ma wo feel sa pain no na se be oja onan na se ohun moja ewo mu a haxa mixture any haxa capsules betumi aboa wa ma bibia tumi akɔ nkan FDA agye tumo the stamp team so se wono ma eboa ma yafunu mu yare ahodo ni nyina ebetumi akɔ wo ba wo ma wo ba no fo wontumi no mbi wa wonyim wontumi no mbi akora a wonya nya mfie dumie no ntumi no mbi ukɔ okansi drug lane Repairs Ventures ne Hallows Heba ebi oho Madina form nko Cat Pharmacy tema form coming of a Little George of a Little George me chia o mete won ka che ukɔ ha edro bi wo ho kaso form nko Cat Pharmacy 0240238310 0240238310 from pay for betumi agye so ama bibia atumi akonkan e de ama na Health Alert Clinic ya yare sabia ba eboa ma yare ahodo nyina no ukɔ ha obetumi aboa na wo ho atɔ yare be ne ha wo typhoid and as a cholesterol cholesterol prostate issues and as a ho hyehyew na ho hyehyew ukɔ ho ye wadru ho na afi body pains yare enompemu yare udru ho ye betumi aboa yaje award 6 West Africa Traditional Medical Awards ARJJ as the best ulcer treatment center of the year 2022 etino Health Alert de udru ho dia na ese bibia ye ndro no organic eye bibidro etu udru a ye SONA no wo ho a ebetumi ade detoxify o wede no wadidi aguma wo huru mojam ene wo wede mu kɔ ye ba huru ba ma bibia akokai na massage ni physio no so ye na efri juada copy me fieda anopa no nson sabre ya shase na yapon no 9 Madina ye wo ho kasoa obehu yen so wo ho pokuase ye wo ho a shaman na fe takorade Freyen 0242518893 Health Alert for Freyen 0242518865 ofra empanyefo ebetumi ajo so enche ebekɔ parliament na fe yakwa kɔbɔ enkomo enso ewo ho say ye can say na say ya na eye wasomo kensene ya you have to understand the say wupo oman yi mampanyi ene na soafo decision bia wo mbeteki bia be kan emfa wo ne ekurase a wote ana kurokase bia wotimo ye take decision bia be kan enti ya se oman no ho nsam ekoso sana eya mani hia what I say mani hia because nsu a wonom no ena nanse Ghana waterfall na ebo no me oman no eka ho bi mampanyi decision obeteki no ebema wunsuo se ebetumo se ebetisuo eti e ka ne se ya ese o mani hia na wodi bitu trim na afi wonso no kwan a obefa so akọ around your daily activities no na wonso wo hu se ne obesi akọ no nti o man na ye yo no wodi e ka ho bi kan se on the 7th of January 2025 yes we man panyin in no se Ghana man no enye nipa ba akọ dia e nyina ye dia eti o ne mo a wuti fie a wo hwɛ me o TV so wa wutie me wo ka mu wo ka ho bie na ye o man no eti mesrɛ mane ehia ye be kɔ na ne minu akwa me nka akwa akɔtwetwe komo wo Ghana mra hye be fie mu sesi a na akwa akɔhwɛ ne yakɔso ho ahosiesie no te sɛn MP fo no ma hya ase ebeba na die na ekɔso wo ho eti enche ye be cross over na yakɔ Ghana Parliament na yakwa akɔhwɛ senior eniema esitie etiro yanko Parliament yanko hosesi na yanko
celebrate a momentous occasion in our nation's history as we welcome the newly elected president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. In the heart of West Africa lies the Republic of Ghana, a nation resilient in spirit, rich in culture, and steady in its pursuit of progress. Today, we celebrate a momentous occasion in our nation's history as we welcome the newly elected president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. a true nation builder committed to forging a brighter future for all Ghanaians. John Mahama embodies the pillars of leadership that our nation craves: trustworthiness, reliability, modesty, and above all, truthfulness. From the moment he stepped into the political arena, John Mahama has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the people of Ghana. His approachable demeanor, paired with his genuine concern for the needs of the Ghanaian, has earned him their trust. A trust that is pivotal for any leader aiming to guide a nation through challenging times.
What I really like about JDM is his humility. The man is simply so down to earth, it's unbelievable. He's so humble, it's unbelievable. I really like that about him.
John Mama osro nyame, odo nyame, osro nyame, openi pasem, okita kumapa. Mihu ne se mehu me nua bema. Oye obi nso a onyiyi nipam. Wo ya akwala o, wo ya opani o, wo ya pepeni o, wo ya twibi o, wo ya bebi a tribe bia o fi bia John Mama tawase. On ka se we nye twini, we nye we ni. John Mama nse nipam.
President Mahama is practical. He communicates his issues very, very well. And he understands the Ghanaian politics very well. He understands the Ghanaian people very well. And that is what I like about him.
The brand, John Dramani Mahama, is not just a name. It represents resilience, strength, progress, and empathy.
I believe John Dramani Mahama is loved by many. His personality is so unmatched, and I've heard so much about how he has helped people in their difficult times, even when he wasn't yet a president. His love for God is so admirable, and his love for kids and the youth is so much amazing. And I'm not so surprised my kids get so much excited anytime he shows up on the screen.
I admire his tolerance. In 2016, a lot of people attacked his person. No one got arrested, no one disappeared. He just allowed time to judge, and here we are. That's a good leader.
Mahama's previous tenure as president distinguished him as the infrastructure king. His visionary leadership facilitated projects that have transformed our communities. Roads, schools, and healthcare facilities were built and improved. The energy sector received a big boost with excess megawatts of power, laying the groundwork for sustainable development. But the journey is far from over. Mahama has made a solemn promise to reset Ghana's economy, enabling a collective resurgence toward building the Ghana we truly want. A Ghana of opportunity, prosperity, and accountability. Through his promise of a 24-hour economy, he envisions a nation where jobs are abundant and where people thrive. Picture this: a Ghana where industry operates around the clock, entrepreneurship flourishes, and every citizen has the chance to contribute to and benefit from economic growth. Mahama's roadmap prioritizes creating jobs and ensuring that the nation's wealth is shared across all communities. A true embodiment of economic empowerment. Mahama recognizes that Ghana's strength lies in its people's strength. By fostering an environment of innovation and collaboration, he calls upon entrepreneurs and the youth to embrace their roles as the driving force behind our nation's future. Our strength as a people lies in our diversity. Mahama is dedicated to building a government that upholds accountability and transparency, ensuring every voice is heard and every concern addressed. He invites all Ghanaians on this transformative journey, confident that together we can build a Ghana that not only meets the needs of today, but inspires future generations. As we honor John Dramani Mahama and his new dawn of leadership, we look ahead with hearts full of hope, aligning with his vision for us all. Together, let us embrace this new chapter of leadership, transformation, and growth, forging the path toward a prosperous Ghana for all. Congratulations to the fourth and now the sixth President of the Fourth Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The journey begins now.
You know, an assassin, and we shall for Yamamunia Chimokwaba, Edeba, Dwaboase Jumedian and Twaso, Eddie Free Ghana, Rasha Fee, now a jebo, and a day, and a day, a betche. On my Ghana, Kwanya, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and ne NDC Abino, Ebabo Edia to a Sarabaya. Ghana na was yes, I ye biono. Ghana na emun womano, ye dregua, yes, ambassador Fufrune biono, and a day and an insema, Wabecom, Rasha Fie, for on my Ghana, yen prem, a bobreno, ebeda nina Eddie. Bidiana Kwame coming in your bema. Na yabandi ani abasadi esikane da no na wabra yeba mrache bedwafia anopai ni ayehunu ye enie efri eye entrance wo didi mo abesi eye bia ye ayewei eye mrache bedwa efie na nkasa no bambo no de wutum se ekoso kama na fenso bia obefa bia da edi pefe se and the State of the Nations address His Excellency John Dramani Mahama eba be deliver ewo Ghana mrache bedwafie ebe koso na asana and that day be baro tanya Piesie ne dom na omo ne mo che anopai no and SMP na manfo dodo na amema maso se trotro driver se taxi driver se labor union civil society organizations ahodo and some dodo na no ma o ma maso wonia omohwe animo say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ka ebeboa ama oman no etimi akodanim na Ghana man no ye kasa obrembon ba bia egina nie enoma ahodo a ye gina so edema oman ye oman no dodo na adwiragu and I reflected on various sectors of the economy eba energy eka ho eba education eka ho eba eye agriculture ekanti yentimi je normal ahodo ase benso agric minister no adan na di say obeyi na ni afrisu na watibe to anamo ahodo a ebehwe ama noma agina ye all sectors of the economy asem ene ho but the president Mahama beka ne no based on analysis TCI no and a bachelor a kwanya or friend resetting Ghana ya or Babebo at the ato at the ama amanse nyina day at the achi and then the bachelor say a camina ya ye demi a bay and pampa or one day I'll bet you on my Ghana frame sika ye pe at the achi may and then His Excellency John Dramani Mahama when the castle dodwana e hwe ni mu se obedan na di achi biakra sika no be free aba ye betimi di abo oman ne bra even though yenyan deliver a budget statement no na wutie labor unions no so mo kama ekodru said ye amanyosem ene amamuo esitie e wo oman Ghana wo mu susu yem no oman Ghana ye mu ya che enti mampanyi kasa no enkyere ekwan a wo ba to said be ye nkabom be dey e betimi adan ne ho adi and me sure say answer ne ye ba ha say no also what do any afa enoma mu ahwe said the enoma esiti obrebo
kwame eyenokre ene so what do any ba behwe mrahye bedwam ahanoma enya agudi ekra said the abribia manpay for betena so a wo mo ye no no enen so His Excellency John Dramani Mahama President of the Republic oba mrahye bedwam na afi oman ne bobia oman no said the aircross said the obeto no ene enhyehyeye a one na ban so mo de gu akwan mu oman no betimi afa ne ntema pa bi efra enti anopa minya bedu ye pe ana me call chambers so ba bia mrahye bedwamfo omo di omudwuma na kwame o hwe ban ball omo ye bedwam na nkasa o hwe ban ball omo de gu akwan mu for enadwumadi na ebekoso na enya de keto akra ye wo twene bi ti se fonton from kwame abribi adwumadi kase bi sei ebekoso no eya no mo de ba mrahye bedwam na ene de na omode aba no kwame eso wasen me no kwani eso so yie pa oso wa pa nti kwame se me kan de anu hu se enye ene wo mo bebo apai no kwame se wo hwe de wo mani abre na fe enkraman a kwame se sei ye ba be di dwumadie bi a amampanifo ne mpanifo ba sei a wo bon se ye de o maba na womu hwenhwen tokrom womu hwenhwen a nkonwa ase no me wura ho nso me hunu ye se sa nkrama ni bi wo ho a womode wo nam eye bedwa mu ho ankasa womu hwe se ebia obi kra de bi apapọ hye ho a ebetimi aha adwene wobreko a
and where issue a was ye interrogate wabra ye kwa ne mfi se nansemu bedwa mu nhia mu ahodo a ekokọ so e wo ye mem na se ya sa se introduce yes sniffer dogs no ene sa no man minim de ekoso but be sure say eche ye be interrogating na ye hunu say ye normal esitie mra so bedwafo no so dodo na ba me ye sure say no pay woni twa honorable ye ketampi honorable Kwame Gakpe ye ka say o nchemu eche bi obaba betena say na ye ne no akasa but wutie labor unions na and honorable ba me de san komo no beto nanim ti omo nsem omo ka e de fa ni omo say enchichemu anampa pa mu ewo man mu na amanyo politics and e de san papa mu no aba we interrogate ya we bisa ho say e de no mo ka fi say ya to abawie sabre ba bia ya duru ye oman chechire ye enti papa mu asem be no mo ka fi say oman Ghana ha say mre bia ya to abawie e ya politics no entire cause e ya na mre bia sa man ho mene so fi say amanyoko na wodi ntwo ewa abatu onim no eya mpempi no pese ono so kire se odaso ho eya mpempi no ono so pese wo kire se enye se ho keke nenso wonim chen wonim de e chen a political party na wa ban ni for instance mama mfato bi hwe ono abo apanyo marken ensem ni bia ya no time ma maso wonsem misa kwan so ewo appointment committee no tie ne nkomo a ya wota die e wo mrase bedwafie ni nyina ye omo nyina kwan omo peso omo fa so se de be ya omo ho be ye Ghana fo akono anase Ghana fo be hunu so omo so nim bibi se de be ya ehumobro bi beba e kire bi ni nyina strategy so se labor unions no ana TUC e ka se empapa mu aba all because of the way I politics and I say partisan politics actually I would rather prefer say they speak to the specific way and they see and nothing na you doing say ne sa
Kwame no kure woman say nipa bebre and I make say abenya e free mu ko MPP abenya free mu ko America tiawa yi mu no Kwame bepe me ne no woman said that nyintu mu say 2 minutes enkita omobio ana woman mi hunu say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Orban also reflect, review, and your friend saying reset. And only titra sama your Independence Day celebration. Yes. But what bano you say ye be reset mind. Yes. And TUC say and one chile ye or bet you one fan fat to home and matter home. Yeah, Ghana memo, especially under the tenure of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the chapter 2 when and your business as usual. And yet, whom do you know? No, as usual, sir. And yet, said you're not Ghana. I remember one tiano. And yes, I know here. That's right. Debbie America. Mr. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Why your president paying? Akwatinefie infie watching. Kwame Shaniema wakwakuhuno. Shaniema wakwakwati. Shaniema no diaba. So in dealing with the concern of the TUC, I was saying Papa Muaba and Papa Munabano and said yes, ya manual 70 and I'm an ambassador. And then I'll share news of Mampany, John Mahama Beka, a bit mama Botoyamaba, said Sassam was so much no cranny say. And that day, Ghana for sharing bebre na sharing say and same be His Excellency John Dramani Mahama obetimi aka a revocation of appointment no one sem. Okay. And Kwame on chirem na fe TUC for one sem o mababeka no wo mo mi she den hu o mo nyina so papa. I have a feeling say who connected same way to the TUC for aka say and papa mu aba. I have a feeling say I say o patch say yes me bo akere me. As o patch say Nancy Omoma Asams was say the way a binding go about a year late recruitment. Yes. A binding Susan Adrian. Who GDP said, no, Moka say, and Papa Mwaba, anyone. Kwame and one on the could that be the reason? And Emmy, yes, Sabia Meno, they can say, Excellency John Dramani Mahama, what bomb Modiana, what say a committee, a Babesha and constitutional review Nana or Kanwa Seven Kwame. Say, I'm ready to me about better, who said. Yeah, to a baby on from on the 7th of December. No, that's a mrao Kwame, but mrao then you know. Mrao because 2016 to 2017 similar issues happened. No, yes, a month for my margin so that is what we are seeing. And we are just honorable Gakpe ever kind of bet more very well. So Emrane down, yes, yes, Sabambia but not say send your man for Emrana Jumanity.
kwan a mo fa so fa enkofo yi ba adwuma mu no enye kwan pa so ye correct no
yes
me a me ya ban foforo na me ba no wonim said ye mesi aya me budget
yes
wonim plans a me wo
yes
wonim kwan a me fa so wa memu yi mu ba also afa nkofo e de o magu adwuma mu me fo mo nya dan
yes
o mo ba ya de so o me so
yes especially so we share your sectors now the various ministries no we share energy sector we share agri sector we share sectors bebre akwame eka amene woman ye fa ba bi to say agri sector akwame yenko cocoa board yenko planting for food and jobs na hwe eka abande da etwa ko mu no wo ma ba ejade ato ho enti say wa boka sei ma oman yakodu biaya a edi amokyere aba oman ne so a adenti na wo pese wo ye massive recruitment and appointment at the embedding and now what they swa aban foforo na obem no and you find okofa skande atu asese kwame say e ka mene wo man Ghana and then was a Ghana fo nyina enti ase okay ka da yenim no so enti Excellency John Dramani Mahama kwame me ade ba ko pa enne so ka ho asem na osini popi say enkopem say obewie ne term say president no na wasehye ma emra se bedwemfo age atomu say Ghana ha yetu abewia on the 7th of December yetu abewia no appointment or recruitment should be made. Okay. Conviction here,
enye pain Matthias here. Ma unse kodwa asempa furniture works abekan ho e Facebook live. Sansona Yakubu Dombote offenso Kaira. Ono so about say Ghana will rise again inshallah. And Isaac Ado and so share live and pay Sansona Evanso Fosulabi and Subutu our Facebook Azeman and so our free Aze Ventures I war and Kraha also share live Yakubu Musa say John Mahama Ekoswa ye on my Ghana and he does so Echebiano Nasabeja Foto Dwana Yensa Komo Ewa Hase no ye no mo dodo na e betwetwe nkomo baby a wo bia no bra beka ho wo expectations e den and that day His Excellency John Dramani Mahama at the State of the Nation's address e ba betu the State of the Nation address ne ye on my Ghana ye mpremprem bobre na wa bra odi ye mpremprem bobre na asa tebia no e tudwa no obekire no ma hodo a wo mo de ba betoto akwan ma e beboa ma oman no asa afa ne ntemapa efra but one critical issue yen yedi hu komo wo Dwaboase eye ne na no mampanyi John Mahama eka kire adwumayefo wa bra wo ma mo akatua entumu wa hanchichemu edu wodan na di se emprempremi o my Ghana abedane bone adwosuo abeye crime scene and the facts abeye crime scene no eno na amana ye den ama sese akatua entumu no kra no wode nam ba bia wode nam no but amanfo peso mu hu edi crime na akoso crime scene no edi na wom me ye sure so honorable Gakpe e wo answers no wa bra me kɔ ne nkyɛn honorable Kwame Gakpe ye mo ache mo akɔ aba keta this year bibi abɔkɔ anɔpɛ die me hwe ani a wo nai adai
hey 24-hour economy now started.
What's us here?
Yes.
What Brazil will be here? And we have 24-hour economy.
24. This is we need to protect our president, and okay. We are not leaving any stone unturned until military is currently sweeping everywhere to check and see whether there's no hidden weapon or arms anywhere, and then we are making sure we protect our president.
Na sadi na buame na mente ase nansem mu no moni akọ bambon semnu to the sense even recently Abraham Rashabja for your frame improve mu semum na mo kotena the other side one me hu say speaker yes enkrama o mu hwehwe ade o mu ko hwehwe ho na no ye inauguration President John Mahama and so bambo mun sem sa and den so sa ade na akoso.
Prevention is better than cure.
At the end
ate.
You may not know.
Oh my Ghana, ya sunje mai.
Sunje mai, but it's here, but you for ayados. And you say you live in this 2 and 10.
Adama gada intelligence be now.
So intelligence is the DBI gada. It's everything we will tell you because. I mean, money for adults, and because of that, and you be an edit to ya.
Matthias, okay. Now yamra and day mampany ekasem no many bia a man for her and you say what dress a bit me at the abotoyam abon my the kind bre.
Yes,
a man for say a man for say I want to maim a dear na mampany barbecue a bit mamania amianya resum say and no many better
and Ghana from the whole, the deepness of the whole. MP before, Omujai. I know Ghanaian people will listen to that.
I'm gonna guess here.
Yes,
MPP are buying 2 years.
And then some of the things they have done in the depth in road sector, the depth in general. And then Kataene Proye, I mean, you will see some of them, the highlights. And then illegal, you will see the highlight of that also.
So near Magana, ye crime scene, you know. And no mampany baba bobo swat crime no said yes.
Yes,
with evidence.
With evidence, with summary. We summarize them because a lot have happened in this country. And then he will be talking about 24-hour economy also. The president, I envisage, he will be talking about agriculture, value chain, and then he will be talking about security.
I remember how, but you stay on side crime scene and common because I'm not for per se, man paying chile ye pa.
Yes.
Send you will see canon nano bra one at my fosia, you know. A yama for dream na am I yena ya curious.
Yeah.
Crime bear
corruption
and always when you should state of the nation's address. I'm young crime
no I mean it's clear looting. You see state capture will come. Because a lot of government properties have been looted in terms of land, in terms of housing, in terms of, borrowing, the quantum of money they borrow and then nothing. Even in the Hansard of Parliament, a lot of evidence is there. We know the quantum of money they borrow because all the borrowing passed through Parliament. So we know. What are we talking about? How can you pay $11.9 million for Palugu multipurpose dam? Okay. And as I speak to you, there's nothing to show. Evidence is there. We approved the loan. Yeah.
And
Palugu, look at in terms of school feeding, in terms of sports. Look at the all African games, the money they pay in terms of feeding. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So what we are talking about, look at the cathedral, 58 million. It's here, it's just here. That can complete agenda 111 buildings.
It will be when you know, I mean,
I say, even in terms of all those things that they promised you are not borrowing, when you put it together, it's almost cost Ghana about 18.
Okay, but I mean, another question. But I been a better. Normal way in also.
So to let the citizens know, because it is the people, it is the power of the people that puts you there. And the Ghanaians, President Mahama is serving Ghanaians. He's a humble servant. So those who put you there, you let them know what have happened, and then based on that, you reset Ghana and move Ghana.
And you can't be sure or person what the excuse when you ain't normally bino.
When you see the less than 2 months. The way the management of governance in this country is moving smoothly at the fastest rate. President Mahama is not coming to give us excuse, but we call something in research baseline. You must know your baseline before you see how you will move, and then based on that you'll be moving with your indicators. So Ghanaians need to know the baseline that President Mahama is setting for. So the baseline is that a car, the quantum, they need to let Ghanaians know, and that's the baseline. Whether it is positive or negative, Ghanaians need to know that we are starting on negativity, but gradually it will be fixing the economy.
Okay.
Look at the energy sector. Yeah. Look at ECG.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what is happening there. The roads.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
So you need to put those things in the domain for Ghanaians to appreciate.
Yeah.
That this is where we are starting from.
Yeah.
And that this is where we are going.
Yeah.
But
would that help Ghana Nina Kene one packet Tumono? I'm an Atinientia, Yentiman to Mount Cosro.
They will comprehend the genuine issue, the issue that is happening. So they will comprehend that, oh, so this is the situation in which we are. Then from there, every Ghanaian must do what? Must sacrifice.
What about the obey political mischief? Our Badrian say, oh, Mommy man same way, so Sadabaya, Mobile Trump for you say by now, what best in Kono, any Amanuko friend MPP no. It's not politics as usual.
Oh, it's not politics as usual. This is reality. It's not politics as usual. In this way, any will be an awesome. So there are people who intentionally they will dislike President Mahama. We will not fault them that they are entitled to their opinion, but the reality and the factual issues will be stated today to set the record state and so that we take it off in terms of research agenda.
When you up in your marking, we leader up in your marking, minority leader. A your tyrese issue be said, answer an allegation be an Obamano. No one will be the needed hearing. So answer the President Mahama Beba Bobo and same way in our sono. Or more form hono. Yamomo the needed hearing. Amiate nientia. Sans semi etiniatia.
The truth is bitter. It's once. The reality is it not true that we have dug hole, which cost Ghana $58 million.
Eh, no crap, baby, and yes, sir.
It's a cathedral, and cathedral. You and I, we are in this country.
But they had 58 million a year and winning.
I don't know.
And I'm an one now share. Now the year 10 say.
No, but $58 million. You are here. You are being in this country. You are matured enough. So how can a hole alone cost $58 million, which can do a lot of projects?
So you don't need to hear anyone.
You don't need to hear
to arrive at
this, because the evidence is there for you to see. $11.9 million in terms of Palugu multipurpose dam. Go there and see. There's nothing that is happening. There's no one block even there. So what evidence do we need to say this? National service, the rot that is happening, the ghost name.
Yeah.
Over 88,000 people actually put into the payroll. Ghost names. Do we need the rocket science to unravel this? The things are there. The rot is there. It is true. Is it not true that they are grabbing land? They are buying cantonment land at the cost of what? 40,000 and 140,000 Ghana cedis. When lands are cost over $3.5 million in the same place. So what are we saying? Do we need rocket science to unravel this?
But do we know the people behind it?
We know.
Do we know the people who are buying the lands?
We know. The evidence
do we know
is
the circumstances under which you bought the lands?
There is no circumstances under which you give government land at cheaper price to anybody. If you pay the real value, nobody will fault you. Because, well, if government is selling something, one can't you buy? If you have the necessary resources, you can acquire. Nobody is faulting about that. But we are talking about value for money. And in terms of the property, you underprice it cheap to give to yourself. That's what we are talking about. So you don't need rocket science to unravel this. They are there.
All right.
And then the hardship.
Yeah.
You not seeing it.
Yeah, Mamma deal with CCA. What else was TV XYZ and I'm so who's here or Power FM and a Radio XYZ 93.1. Your Ghana, Brashabia, Fiana Day, your man paying John Dramani Mahama. Ede on mine or ye brim tibia, ye brim bob wonsem, ever barber to Jaw Brashabia fee. You even say, Emo non do honorable, Emo non do no, not Jumediano, Ashasia. And I said, you're saying, President Mahama was here in Norman, or may sure say by 10 a day, and Pampa, or Baby Drew and Jumediano, Ashasia. What Brashabia fee any man, Obo say, Yabo a pataki to be, Nasa Patana, Abono, minim say. Camera MCA minim se mbetimi ayi edi acho mo apatake to na ya bowo yanim no e wona se mampanyi ba obeba be inspected the guard of honor na wakogina na yetwa no crusade na fe wetime wura mraso bedwam na dwumadie no ahyehye so and typically say owura mraso bedwam ase no na matana se dada
yes yeah betna se dada but it will be led. They will be leading in by majority and minority. And then the speaker. Leader. Okay. The speaker will usher in the president into the chamber. That is how it is.
Okay.
And then
it will be
there will be prayers. There will be singing the national anthem, the pledges, and then some few comments from the speaker, and then based on that, then the speaker will actually ask. The president to deliver the State of Nation address. At the end of the day, some few comments, initial comments from majority and minority. And then they call it a day.
Minimum said other people no. What
but this is how.
But typically, State of the Nation's address. Okay.
And I don't think we do any other business apart from that today.
Okay.
So and then. After that, then they will start the day for the debate. And then that will go next week. Because as I speak tomorrow, I mean, we, the majority caucus, we are going to hold for our retreat and to reorganize certain things. So at the end of the day, I mean, debate will basically start from Tuesday.
Okay.
Tuesday. So
all right. Your expectations remove you. When here, Titi on 24-hour economy.
Yes.
Remember the kind of so.
Yeah.
24-hour economy, no, a year TUC. Almost some mampanyin betchim ye. May assure so woman ya crom because with diagrams. Betchim ye. Now manfonte at baby potea 24-hour economy no bekoso. Emre potea ebeba and no more befaso. And this 24-hour economy no.
So it's understanding of the people must appreciate say we 24-hour economy no is both public and private sector. Who a company, for instance, farmers produce a lot. If a man paying the policies they share here, we say farm gates no, a lot of post-harvest losses. So if they are constructing roads to those areas that bring food stuff to this country, construction of roads, and then we are mechanizing agriculture, not subsistence farming again. And then we are adding value to it. So value addition, if the farmer knows that if he's producing tomatoes and there is already market and the companies are processing it, they will produce a lot. But if you are not producing a lot, then you don't have market. Why will you produce a lot? So there will be incentive given to farmers in terms of input. They will give them some soft loan, and then those who want to go into agriculture. So when they produce a lot, there is already market there. When it comes to processing, that is what we call agri-processing. The agro-processing and agribusiness. That is where the issue is. Value addition. That is where they have to run the shift. 8 hours. And a lot of people will get a job. And then in terms of security agencies, they will be absorption because the more businesses are springing up, they need security to protect.
Yeah.
So more people will be taking. Our port, as I speak to you, by 6 o'clock the port will close. Why should we close? Can't we do 24 hours at port? People can clear their goods. Is that airport is doing it? So what happened that our harbor in terms of Takrari and we can do that. Are you getting the point?
Yeah.
As we speak to you, go to DVLE.
Yeah.
By the time Guru boys are there, and then look at passport office.
Yeah.
So it is not all government institutions that will do 24-hour economy. Are you getting the point?
That's right.
Some selected ones will be doing, And in addition to the private sector, those who are into business, those who have factory, they can produce 25. Look at the steel company, iron ore. They can run 25. Look at our health service delivery, private sector and movement. They are doing it already. Ours to shape it well. So when we talk about 24-hour economy, it's not entirely the whole government machinery everywhere, including private sector. Look at our court system. Why can't our court system do 24 hours? Cases are there. Some cases are there for 15 good years. Some are 20 good years. Why can't you start mechanizing the court, deploy ICT, technology, and then they start to do 24 hours in terms of discharging of the cases? So that at the end of, look at a lot of people and remind for 20 years, 19 years, where they can deploy 24-hour system where they can fast track those cases and adjudicate on those cases and come with the verdict. All those areas we need to actually invest in there. This is what we are talking about. Road construction, infrastructure. When you go to elsewhere 24 in the night, they are constructing. Roads can be constructed in the night. We do. In elsewhere they do. But in Ghana, it's only daytime we construct road. But elsewhere, during the night, that they do more of construction, building, infrastructure. They do it in the night. So those are the areas we are talking about.
Okay. What reasoning, you know?
SONA is not the only platform to actually set the policy of 24 hours. SONA is a summary of so many things and policy direction and some highlights. But they have created a desk for 24-hour economy where the policy will come and give directions. So they should wait. It's early days yet.
Don't you feel, say, skepticism what a man for bimuno? I know now freeway aba.
Yes, sometimes
skeptical say
yeah, but they have been traveling. I did not see airport running 24 hours. I did not see transport system running 24 hours. I did not see restaurants and other places running 24 hours. I did not see, when you go to China, I did not constructing 24 hours during the night and day. I did not processing. What are you talking about? The evidence is there. And in Ghana, some companies have started already and they are there doing it. So even the hospital facilities, go to Kolebu, I did not do it throughout the night. The examples are there. So it's not anything that we just want to make sure that policy rules and more people get employment, the youth are empowered, and then people feel, so people belittle the policy and they want to cast certain issues about the policy. It's to them. It's their own problem. But so far as you are focused,
because
in fact, to be treated, they say focus demands sacrifice. To be focused, you must sacrifice. So we will sacrifice and be focused through to the 24-hour economy.
More 4-year mandate. Yes. More 4-year mandate. Meaning say the earlier you do it, the better. And then man penny bache edapotea and I'm reportea. 24-hour economy.
24-hour economy have started already there. They have formed the decks. They are fashioning out the policies very well. So, you prepare and take off. Preparation is part of 24 hours. Planning and all that.
How many years?
Well, it's not about years. It's not about year and this. Are you getting the point? It's not about a year or this. It's a policy that will come to stay. Are you getting the point? Elsewhere, are we not doing even teaching? People are doing in the night. I know some professors in Ghana who teaches their students around 12 midnight, even 1 a.m. It is happening in Ghana. So we are re-echoing that and make it proper policy for us to take off properly.
That's right.
So as for belief, it's not about slogan. Are you getting the point? Tell me. The person who is telling you 24-hour economy is talking to you. Look at his track record. President Mahama, during the 4 years term he served, the 4 years, he only technically served 3.5 years. Because 8 months they were in court, court issues, so he was not really focused. But look at the infrastructure development in this country. Look at his track record in terms of road. Look at his track record in terms of health. Look at his track record in terms of market. Nobody, no government in terms of MPP can match President Mahama's record. So it's somebody who have a track record, positive track record. He's talking. It's not about somebody who talk a lot and do nothing. No.
About our Japan, Sima Dunkru, you was only honorable Kwame Gakwe, and I was a member of Parliament, Madichia War, a Yaketa Empress, was going to be another member of Parliament. So, I became who said, what in Chema, one in your editor, many up. Erica Hiano, so we not chapa. Eric Baby, I will be able to as a TV that feel. TV, I feel Erica Hiano. Many of us here, but last one, and Sana Mamwako, quick one, just a summary. At the end of the delivery, no, at the end I'll be expected say President Mahama Big Jar. Ebe maya hoto so be say ampampa.
Giving hope to Ghanaians, there will be hope. Giving hope to investors, Ghanaians, and especially the Ghanaian youth is going to give us hope. That is all that matters. And then, based on this, we'll be inspired to actually move. And then it's going to inspire a lot of every worker. You know, those days people go to work and then go and read graphic and go. Those days are gone. We are in serious business. It is time to reset Ghana, and everybody must be committed. And that is where we, as a members of Parliament, we are committed to do the need.
Very well. Honorable, may I say?
Thank you very much.
And when you say, and a busy day, Major Mwakona, what to me, I could do Juma, Mrasebedrum. Now, HB, our Mrasebedrum, your Mrasebedrum, but what Mrasebedrum, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Ebe Unity Nafe, or my Ghana, Yemprem, Yatibium, Yabobremuno. And 17 with me a dine a chair. But then someone would what TUC and the attitude journal and we pa and whether how our President Mahama ebe addressing those issues would determine how our labor front ebe in the coming days. For instance, omo raising issues about a year late recruitment omo kan ye omo statement mu eche said ye omo sini aban no enya adwen. Now, when they come on Quano, Cabano, Edisasem, no, at all. A man penny for Eddie Omuche Mwaba. But then at the end of my penny back, a bit to a marble to him, Abawasa, Asemnimo, Honorable Obechechim. And I think so, labor unions, TUC, Omar raising the issue of partisanship and how Womusu Achamaimu. Womo diagnosis of partisanship, Achamaimuno, Eyanokre. And I say a yasembi and omoka enimu. Honorable Sulemana, I say time Mrasebedeni. Honorable Yamachu Bakwaba.
Mejusemenia.
Bibia Boko dear.
Nyamia Domboko.
Is it time in Anna better you?
Very much.
Net time for the no motion and say Mampenny Beka. Ever many jabba time.
Oh, Mijidi say reset agenda nane efrasie. And unti ushe economia yabetoso. Near time for her and say. Imprimpi ya President Mama Bechere and say me buy no energy say net here, education say net here, health say net here, communication say net here, economic indicators I want to say net here. I feel nanti yetime gina and also the policy proposals ya ohwe no aba. Nti ne ehwe gina na Ghana for gina ehwe any time for ehwe ne say sisi ya gina hoyi. Ye dusu ansem no etisen. Ya pomudi ansem etisen. Your communication as I'm at the same. In your basis, New Year, I feel yet me at Wasso.
Maybe sound not the same question. Also, maybe so. Sir, at the same to say now, was a man penny become for you, dear saying. I didn't here, especially for your bedroom say, oh, sir, at the same church, moon at the bar. I am Pempino, I'm my for Mokwaya more fossil, and your pay excuse when you ain't here. And no be a Muslim bed, won't be no.
Unimbabia, Ujina, Umbabia Obeko. A very important say, Behubabia, Genesis. Kayon so say, or mine a dear science. And I can so say a constitution, a dear a different constitution, no pa accountability. Say a bebu umpon and compon ahechi. And to see a Humbabia Jina, nay a bebu at accountability naturally Ghana for a henny a dibijina. Enti ye pese Ghana for who be ejina eno mpo no se eba se yen yamamu no ekoyi a Ghana for be hu se o mbe fa ne sei eno mu de aduru sei ankoyi a Ghana for be hu se o mbe fa ne fei eno mu de aduru sei enti very important se ye be hu ba be ejina sisi a.
Okay, sa bone na ema mampanyi ka se bone akoso o memu ha no na ma o man no abaye bone adwosuo no ene mampanyi be kire bone kro akoso na wɔkyerɛ a nkɔ wie akyire no bɛkɔ akɔsi sɛn
ne bɛkɔ akɔsi ne sɛ ɔmampani aso afenam sɛ ɔbɛhwɛ Ghana so mfeɛ dan wapam nipa a ɛbɛboa no ɛnɛ sɛ ɔkyerɛ yɛ bɔne no a me expect sɛ ɔbɛsia kyerɛ yɛn ɛkwan yɛbɛfa so a yɛbɛfiri bɔne no bɔne no deɛ ɛwɔ sɛ ɔkyerɛ because ɔka sɛ ɛyɛ crime scene no nipa bebree tirim yɛ wɔn kasa ne nti yɛpɛ sɛ yɛhu how the crime scene is yɛhu wie a afei na wakyerɛ yɛn kwan yɛbɛfa so a yɛbɛfiri mu nkakra yɛbɛfiri mu ɛno nko ara na Ghanafoɔ no bɛnya gyidi aka sɛ okay yɛbɛtumi atwɛn wɔn sɛ tripartite fo kɔ hyiaeɛ no na nipa bebree hwehwɛ sɛ oh yɛbɛto akatua ma na kɔ anim rather sɛ baabi waduru no nnwoma no nte saa enti na ɔbɛkyerɛ yɛn a na wakyerɛ ne ntia na wama amanfoɔ nso ahontɔsoɔ sɛ mmerɛ a ɛwɔ yɛ anim yi ɛhyehyɛ yɛde agu akwan mu ne sɛ nyame yɛ adom ne yɛkɔ yɛ anim a yɛbɛtumi ama mo akatua no ne yɛboro ne yɛde ama mo yi so ba sɛsi adeɛ ɛnam baako mmienu mmiɛnsa wei a yɛabɛto nti wankyerɛ mu saa Ghanafoɔ no nte aseɛ nti saa ade kyerɛ ne kyerɛ na afei yɛakyerɛ ɛkwan nso a yɛfa so a yɛn plans a NDC aban de ba no so wasan ɛde akyerɛkyerɛ mu
yɛbɛba hɔ yɛbɛba san kɔmɔ no hia paa but let's deal with the TUC raising and normally be on my raising said ye party sem acha mayimu to the sense omo e bompa ese mampanyi kasa emu no and as almost let's say mampanyi e kasa emu no ondan anamontuo bi adi ekwan bi obebo adi e bebo amasa ade no anu abrase mampanyi be esa ade na
enye reset na na afrase
party sem bi acha emu ana
enye reset na na afrase no
ba me bisa se party sem bi acha emu
me be ansa enye reset na na afrase no
well
mfie be yongotwe ne what was that you say atimi aba abonte abeka se bibi akyeche yemu nti obi nka yemum da bi gidia TUC any Ghana for our president mama mu no eni nti omo kasa no da bia me ka kire nipa bi me ka kire media for yi say so man bia wo ho a sani o man no nsam tie no e kire sani o mampani no odi anim ne tie o mampani no suban no ene da adi wo man no the demeanor of the president ne aspirations enyoma sani o ye no na wo say bosumi mienu no o man we mu adwo wo say bibia ye di obi ekọ na djuma even though amanfo wa ho kire but o monya renewed hope say bibi be ye yi amomo entity TUC ahu say ya nya o mampani a ye kasa obetie ka hu say o man we nchikire ye no political party nko ntime nchikire your trade union congress who hear constitution who hear your history they are critical component of development but maybe by my way more not using to kasa na GJ into kasa na Ghana Bar Association cross politics here all the institutions are you show more emma democracy cause no mean to kasa but bosu mi so we say close and start kasa almost some person omo strike
that's right
you start kasa say democracy na president mama say you come and reset Ghana no reset na na
but I am go for ni be say say e be bia mahama na say NDC be ba no eya na mo nua no mo MPP no e ko show machi e piepie o matiko e masade we etimi koso enye say bia pe no pe wa asema o pe say woda oboa wo ma woda ni bibi ene nkofo nsusu ye o enye pe wa asem ene o pe say wo ma woda ni bibi ye ni ye nemo ebu aya na political mischief for instance late recruitment here course here labor unions they say omunya ya kamampanyin twensen mudi muncheche mu aba nso monte ye
me tie ne say democracy no enye ne obeka bi na nipa befa but people should get also munya akwanya umbetina ka omadwen me first point no say no TUC anya akwanya omode ka omadwen so obi na hye omachi o so mo ana e ka o eno na say na democracy tie the first omonya baby I don't have the evidence but I'll be surprised at this stage because the goodwill that President Mama wono so be kura kwhye wachi ena ma me pese me je this obi hye omachi no because goodwill that President Mama wo any NDC at this time no so be kura kwhye omachi a me sure say be effective but na me dwen say on be ka omadwen but me as an individual ne omaka no efa me gibidi me gibintum ne me gitum ne omo kafa 24-hour economy hono but ne me gitum yes labor issues no
late recruitment
me no omo nya adwen baako me no omo nya adwen baako ne ma me no omo nya adwen ne say saban no okoye no so man no dana koma so a nka to abayi wuya ubehu say budget say my present budget there is workforce personnel emoluments of workers aye compensation and emoluments ewo budget no aye kire say aban no ebetua adwumayefo no ka throughout the period now woka no eni say what lose election na aban foforo e ba ewo say wo masa aban no kwan e ma onumom ebehwe the labor issues ni recruitment issues so because wo fa na enya wona betua neka enya wona the policies beba ebe man the total number of nipa ye person employ omo.
That's right.
Inti also ma buy an opportunity to come and manage that. So one yes sir, not just having papa new trim.
But what about the collateral damage? I mean, utie labor unions and penifoni bia say obua ye fana juma 8 years ago. Na bia nansi no December 7 year and as assembly na echio and onya an appointment letter. Send ya kono nitiaka. Send ya kono onya day.
Minia, I am shocked and surprised. How is that even possible? Labor laws is in the bosom of TUC. You can't even hire somebody on temporary basis for more than 6 months. Ultimately, how will somebody get employment? Employment in shadow and wait till 8 years and send an appointment letter. It didn't happen. MPP lose Akunyano. And omo madrin say omo sesa enkrofo a omo nimo omo e de agu adjumanum. It's as simple as ABC. It's very, I'm confident about that. There is no other reason. There's no other reason. Maybe explain the entire appointment at this time. Because government, yeah. And the other na yato abana say governance and continuum there. And I'm on government na ebano. MA recruitment no. Or dream say also ya. And why if I yes, for appointment, no recruitment, and twin chain be and yes, I ban time. But I was say a due process. Sabin previous. President Mama say this government abana a crime scene. How much resources do we have to pay for emolument and compensation in the first year? We just give them 10%. Why do you add more when you don't have the resources? Eti Ghana for train near mechanic ho ye can you know mudwin say ne ho nyina chi so yen kofa nipa omo for omo last minute meguma Ghana for nankasa be hu and for me I don't agree with omo TUC argument to say it's for the sake of balance in government sani be ya ye ma ban no e may difficult for President Mama. Because often the panel want to be car. Say no say agitations everybody. TUC for and belly agitations no. And unti TUC for yati asemo mo kano. Nanso saa asem no nko ade yenso ye no mo nya bi.
Awon ma pase mampanyi Mahama won ncheche mu and I said nense mo be kano. On spend some time bi wo ho. No one chire mu ento enkofo asum na manfo enyo mo ho ntiase.
Of course, I'm sure say President Mama be chire saa asem no. A very critical issue. I'm expecting him say obechrim. Odim say President Mama adwuma wa be pain. Eno nti we who the nuances are ewo mu nyina. Nti megidi say sa portion no ebechrim because eno na adi amanfo timi kesene ne oto bo no de obi agya no because ono akwatena nchen. And you see the sad part ne emane ye say the joint transition team enya sa information we ema omudi direct buy kokobo ba say abana oko no onya sa recruitment na eko omantie ana they issue directive say some yes recruitment na ye ba ye betwam.
That's right.
And I still omo ye
yeah
enti ebia ade also ye hu o man we mu say political parties both MPP and NDCs, government, both NDC government, MPP government, should get it at this stage.
But is it not interesting how MPP so take advantage of the situation? Omo say, oh, ye baby charge mo, ye be di manim near the assembly court. Now, obi ayaya adwen say, ye be you edi was akwambon ne so no. I mean, those things are more, you know, a political advantage. And I say, it's a newness view.
Hypocrisy. Now, MPP were genuine, so the Papa Ghana for can you no more. So, MPP were the Papa Ghana for and energy message and Cassani eternity and Cassani school tier enka say na enka MPP wa de papa mo a enka ye de no mu gya ya ama eduru say omo be kwa say no mpa adwuma mo. Hypocrisy is part of the political gimmicks. Let them play the gimmicks, but it won't work.
So is that the partisanship TUC referred to now?
And the TUC, no,
I will say a namswinty.
I am happy TUC is talking now. You see, democracy is giving the people the opportunity to air their grievances.
Yeah.
But me who baby a man eche da ben 2017 ebesi ne afa no mahu se o man no mu ache. Afa no mahu se eka ebi nkan bi wo ho. Now so menua wo hwe NDC manifesto wo hwe president mama nyoma nyina. The first part is reset. Entity you see who say ebia one of the, in fact we also spoke about chronism. We spoke about nipa I say enchichemu ekoso. And that we need to bridge that gap. And say TUC akasa fair enough. Omeka ho. President Mama is the president who will not ordinarily entiate amount for who this so dem run here adwuma. Ordinarily he will not do that. Enti media dey say there is set agenda na na TUC kwan. Enti sa ade na e ho a obi identify no. I think say the only president who can do it now. The only president obet ma change your man we no President Mama.
All right. Abona otwa pa ho sima aduasa enso ugusu wo Dwaboase dwumadie so wo power 97.9 and afenso TVXYZ and ye ni studio ye studio wo Ghana mrasebedwafie ne honorable madam mama ye studio enti abo mu fie na ye di nkomo wo mu fie ankasa na de ye mampanyi John Dramani Mahama e de o man Ghana ye prem tebia ebeba betudwa kai se ebo no ndu pepepe a ye be crossover na nia AC e wo mrasebedwam no ya dan no di e de achemo ba de ba ko so a amafo hwe animu se mampanyi be honorable Dramani honorable Sule.
You want to make me excellency.
Honorable Sule ade ba ko amafo be hwe animu se mampanyi e be cheche mu ye e resetting no mo say TUC statement required omo dan na di wo say resetting no e dey any reset why any reset daben any reset chirem
democracy enya abato nko a entimenye democracy enyoma ya hyehyɛ okan article 34 of the constitution the directive principle of state policy
yeah
ɛhɔ na kyerɛ sɛ na yeso yebu man no na ɛhɔ nso ɛna kyerɛ nipa hodo a ɔmo wɔ say ɛwɔ man no enti ohwɛ a yɛwɔ 3 main arms of government executive, legislature, judiciary. Ɛno akyi yɛwɔ the fourth estate a ɛyɛ mo afei yɛwɔ civil society organizations, yɛwɔ trade union congresses, yɛwɔ all the institutions a yɛkeka bɔ mo democracy yɛ adwuma. In the last 8 years, especially in the last 4 years of President Nana Akufo-Addo aban no, you can see clearly bibi anya adwuma wɔ man mu. Even the judiciary became problematic. Now people lost absolute trust in nyame na make on. All the Afro barometers any year service actually say amount for abamo bu efa judiciary ho.
Yeah.
Amount for abamo bu efa even parliament ho. Amount for abamo bu efa the executives ho. Civil society obi antimi nkasa. GJ obi antimi nkasa. In fact, Yewura no ye fourth estate
Manasseh
Azuri. He has to leave this country
at a point
for his life. Very good. And the reset agenda, they say, send ye 92, 96, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, ABC 2016. Na obia wo ho kwan se bibi koso o ma wo motimi ka no. Na Akufo-Addo apen so. Na okasa na edi wachi. Uye wei na edo how. Sadia no e say reset. Number 2. Sane wo kan ya. Se nipakuo kakra bi ene edi Ghana adwuma so mo nsa se. Omo adwen se e yo mobusuanko akuo. It must change. Sane yamfa mranya adwuma. Look, the directive principle of state policy it frowns on discrimination.
Yeah.
So the welfare any the right of every Ghanaian to work must be protected and dignified. Say, so person offer ni power adwuma I was say oman from bia to say security services, but bia oman from bia region be also be the only way to ensure that and say obeman level playing field. Now what advertising na obia owo tumu obeyebi owo zebila obeyebi owo enche obeyebi owo nzima obeyebi owo nsoko obeyebi but bi obia obetimi apply. That is the way to ensure the constitution is adjuma. President Akufo-Addo ene na aban baaye no omo decide say they can even do recruitment without advertisement. And in the coca crabby ene nya kwanya.
Yeah.
The reset agenda is to bring Ghana back. Oh, say I didn't set to reset. I didn't know what that. And no be a best son. And a year be reset. And the way to make the constitution work, send in a Ghana theater that obi kasa onso. And now what you are say. So kasa kura ne chubia. Emrano mahu kwan say send nipa be tatao. Sanyo mani nyina na president mama peso ba oye ni ye na no so e na ne amati use kwan a o kasa yi because not use ntimi nkasa o kai say ye to aba no wie ya e na teacher union be start so mbeko strike.
That's right.
Sa amena na atwa mo no ko strike ko be yi wadi enti all the labor unions, all the media houses, civil society organizations, everybody have now got access to, and this is what president mama be na enfie na we be kwa wie no wo be hu say na e constitution no asan ya adwuma enti say we NDC ni na aban no ya de bi na obi no nya adwen na o ka ho asem a the reset agenda ne say wo nso be nya abotre e hu say ono so stake e wo man no.
Okay, the other areas me try me venture into wabra ye guso ayedi nkomo e de afa enoma ye hwe ni mu say ye mampanyi be kan ba ma kinkan messages kakra aba we every same extra or say honorable ayeni nyina na ne say wo kan fa yet use in a minute ya drain daben ena omo hunu say bibi ekoso memu ha yetimi ekasa but honorable is right say mampanyi mahama bae no enoma emu asesa Patrick Emingetia echiao omo acho honorable and afenso Martha Domenya and so say so TUC were in this country during MPP's era and yet they not say anything, so why now are they saying there's no blood running through the veins of the of officials in the NDC administration? We are message free Martha Ho. Joe Eskin say good morning, watching live inside Lagos, Nigeria. Keep it up, you guys. Michael Kovena and so Mayache, Ray Kofai and so Mayache, Samsona Richard Avuve and so Mayache. And ope baby awobiano obekan ho na wo de wadwenche ebetuga yebekenkan ama mansan atonka but ade ba kwa me pese o ye ne se chemenia wo hwe animu se mampanyi John Mahama ka ho asema ebetima boa ama oho atɔ ade na wo hwe animu se mampanyi John Mahama enka wabra wode o my Ghana yempremprem tebia yempremprem ebobere ho nsem etudwa ne dai ewo Ghana mrahye bedwafie ya ne ewo na ne ekoso sabre ene se ahunsiesi ebremu ene ewo testing mic 1212 ekokɔkɔ and a vessel Brasso no so dodo na eguso a eba mate se dom kuma no o ma yo madwen se ene de umbeye bibi what be wo mo se ene de se mampanyi kasa wo mo bedan bibi adi di ache no na sa de na yo mo ya pa wuni ma de kro
minimum
what
mente
mate se o mo beboabo ankofo ano ade o ma ba ha what is asem no
ene de ensi NDNC. Nema ANC ni se ye nyina na ewo chamber ho. E na leadership ahia ye nyina aka kire yen se this SONA no mu obi amfa hoho emma especially in chamber mu obi amfa hoho emma chamber. Enti minim
o na so hoho de yetimi ba o. E betu akwa akotena.
Yeah but ma obi mfa obi nwura chamber ho. I mean only among category of people I think only the speaker or something just two people and a bit him do be a chamber ho enti minim how mo ka fa ngrofo abaha ngrofo mo do mbe ko hin enti ye twen wo mo but minjin ni say
people speculate say late recruitment asem no ene senia nansen mo frefro mo nkofo etoto ma no wono ma bia mususu say course wa ban dada ni mu no enu mu no na omo be fa ho de aye de omo se omo ba be ye no speculations among for make
encrophone na e from mo e wo NIB say ye hwehwe minia sabi mpraduasa ye say e from hemfia what you want say na e from wa ubisa sama ye de bisa nyoma miensa bisa wonsa bisa wano na bisa o baby so when you I don't know so say na be fro. In fact, to some of us no invitations no sir. Because the nyoma bebreye hu ni yate no. So many people have a lot of things to answer. Say MPs no han say when you boni obi anfrɛ. Enti you see it's part of the political game. But emra na ekoso no say yeka say yefrɛ yewura Kenoforata na be frɛ Kenoforata. Now we MP uti chamber ha. Now say obukwa kokko ho ntokwa we are hypocrites because MP before MP na come home boom say Kenoforata di o man we enya enti enyi no over 90 MPs e dey no mu hu ye sa nyomo no mu hu ye no e na president mama ba ye hu ye frɛ no yesi yankasa o ye guilty yesi o meyi na no o yi na no ye guilty the law will deal with him and they can do all that they want. The laws of Ghana will work and there's no compromise about it. Oh okay,
that is a mantra.
Oh okay, yatiase so you can back on near come nyina dia any ebe kan nyina
I don't know say more the mighty 88 no
mighty for the west there mini Kwame obi abetima use words you can use the word say we are mighty, you can be the weakest person but go and pretend say we are mighty. You will find your market so we are mighty. Say no call committee no so no so we are mighty so onye mighty
but at the end of the day ono so be ogina no ogina once
so sorry ko e you see, democracy is about jojo. I mean, if the person decides we are na me media men samaja, but democracy no not for ourselves but for the people.
But you see,
until the people know what has happened.
President Mahama memwe oba begina so dia reset your mind. Like it or not, you need diversity of ideas.
Of course.
Any peoples.
Of course.
Said about media actually minor. At the end of President Mahama betima kan e betima rally omo adwen fufuro nyina bedina chi ami actually man ya bom. After all, ya bode the Ghana we want together na
Minia
and asasa
Minia you are building the Ghana together. Adia ebe bo Ghana for pa only reset agenda no. Promise a President Mahama ndi ma Ghana for ni say. Proye kan any boni akoso o man we mu no se nyame ya adom na obeye president a obehwehwem na wa ye behu se wa ye boni e wo sa anyomonum no o de mra no bediu. In fact se President Mahama si enyoma bebre o Ghana o ma Ghana fo nyina adwuma o ye ne o so yo bia na sa promise no de ma Ghana fo se proye any kan any dwirim akoso no obehwehwem ama omo a Omaya Saboni no akatua akoma momo so wanya sa Ghana for be disappointed. And the key to the reset agenda is to make sure say those who have been corrupt, those who intend to be corrupt, those who have resources of state, they are retained, they are prosecuted, and the law works. That is the basic fundamentals of the reset agenda. And it's not about individuals. It's not about political party using it as a tool. Nothing will stop us from exacting accountability. For me, it's not even they are going to jail. Look, recovery of the monies because it's about development. It's about development. Look, so be allegedly, yeah, the $58 million Ekoshe National Cathedral for nothing gain. $2 million SkyTrain, nothing gain. Pualugu Dam, nothing. And all these things say German kwa ochina me amete hai.
That's right.
So President Mama me appointment me amete hai. And I say resource where the be mama no I can do with impunity because minim say we election. That's
right.
And to avoid any future, once the President Mama and he doesn't just talk about oral or say opal. Operation Prevent. If you are an NDC appointee, President Mama is coming with Operation Prevent or Loot. If you are an NPP appointee, it's Operation Recover or Loot. Nothing will stop us from pursuing that. No matter how people take it in good faith, in consonant with promise of President Mama making here to reset Ghana, in consonant with the 120 pack, no loot, and make people pay for their sins. If you have not done anything, no problem. But if you have done something, we'll pull you out and do the right thing.
Truck driver, ATA, taxi driver, B share. When you say a church for so share. Yenina Semba Kunieka, I want you to know. At the end of President Mahama Babeka, every man who talks so say, I want you to know something. We are somewhere around March 10, March 10, and a budget statement. No, Ebeba. Who GDS President Mahama Betty Kakra at the actual because you perceive who be a Yajina, yeah, found. And no more boy costro, a 12 would do that normal swap. I'm a normal cry, a deba memono, I a day, DNA.
Me wo gidie pa se ene president mama my direction a opese ode ma o man we faso ye nyina na ewo chamber ha ye nyina na ehwe aban a akoi ne waye ye nyina na ewo o man we mu. We have all come into consensus say the biggest challenge ewo o man we mu no eye adwuma eni man no. That's the first thing. The second biggest challenge ewo o man we mu no eye enwoma ye krafra brochire bebre e ma ye sika no eye mremre ewo man we mu.
The city no
enti se wo pese o tackle sa nyoma no o de policy different policies
yeah.
Abai bebre try different ways am person mo de solve obi ba o se o me planting for food and job obi ba o se me 1D 1F obi ba me o se me into the manufacturing ye ne de or the agriculture ye ne de or the way ye ne de or the way ye ne de o kan nyoma no different sectors and a president mama tinche no wa be ye bi pen and o tana ya na wa hwe hu se you pese you solve the twin or the triple problem unemployment depreciation of the city excessive borrowing and was say any policy be a be some money in ho adwuma enti for 24-hour economy mra enti ene ne me hwehwe president mama pa ne say dynamics 24-hour economy no ebe faso no.
That's right.
Ye be hu enwoma e be tize hu nwoma kakra kire yen na ye hu kwan be faso a ye be solve the unemployment situation e wo man we mu no na ye be reduce unemployment excessive borrowing na ye wo man we mu no na yetimi aye made in Ghana nyoma e be bo o man we mu say ye sa nyoma na adwuma ba o man no mu a taxi driver na ogina nchan no obi na adwuma ye se sika no ho ye de se de ho ye de na ye kra nyoma bebre e ma kuyani na okofa 24-hour economy na nya market afi dwadini na okọ oba no da bia okọ na ne sika no dollar no eni cedi no aye hanyan no eso beti amane ku adwuma na ye adwuma enti meji di say policies are aban person de ba 24-hour economy aban person de ba women development bank a cut off a section of the population no the vulnerable section no me sure say boss wa kuyani a otie me teacher ni a otie me doctor ni health personnel otie me adwumani otie me wa otie me no obi a benya ne chefa ewo abanum me wareshe mu say the policy a ewo ye manifesto mu no ebe find space ewo the SONA president mama ede banum ama ye di agana for hwe no ye hu the basis e di ko ani
honorable minister da jeni ho ba we di ne kra be mi enu bi na fe mamu akọ nansia na ye education forum ye ba ye man entity o madisua mu entity mu a what are the sticking issues and as the issues are ewo ho a wo susu ye mu no se ne mampanyi kan be kire direction a e de aboto ye meba
before I make a salama me mumu asema president mama ewo education forum no
fire
education forum no if you say classical democracy kire say ewo se Ghana fo nyina na nke betena chamber ha na ena mse nyina ye ntim betena chamber ha nti ye nipa mako enti nyansan no eni nipa ewo chamber ha nyansan no eni president mama eni system ministers ebi nso Ghana for na eni ha no enti the fact say what fre stakeholders no age o madwen no very critical ne mehwehwe ni say ene president mama nkasa emu education policy a ye de beba no enye just secondary education from the basic level any progression ye de be ko secondary level any progression ye de be the exit level the three right our education will come back to where it was.
Wow.
The over-reliance on secondary education, the basic level is so rotten. And in the IMF say, we have spent so much money on education, but bad educational outcomes. The needed education outcomes are one, basic education and basic infrastructure at the basic level. The anti-man consolidate here. Now you can say free senior higher, it doesn't work. In the middle level, a free senior higher, no. President Mama spoke about reviewing. Now Ghanaians will understand what review means.
Yeah.
Review about making the free senior high school better. And then when we go to the tertiary level, it's also streamline tertiary education. But one thing I was expect President Mama to tell us, how did beneficiaries of free senior high all of a sudden move from 5.7 to 3.5? How did that happen?
Honorable
Aduchum Nankasa answered a question by Honorable Clement Apak. Parliament are still behind Clement Apak in the Parliament.
Yeah.
I'm to answer a question from Clement Apak. Or should I say, free senior high beneficiaries, were 5 million, over 5 million. January 2025, President Akufo-Addo came to SONA, came to Parliament to come and tell us, say, 5.7 million.
Yeah.
The 5.7 million came with a cost. It's different from 3.5 million. So what has happened?
It's from Swak Asam now.
President Mama should tell us why the disparity, because now we understand that we know the various issues are ever. And that's for education. I want a very shared level, just like health. We want a holistic view, not just the physical infrastructure President Mama is noted for.
Yeah.
Or agenda 1 and MPP agenda.
Yeah.
What is our plan about personalized delivery
yeah.
at the various facilities?
Yeah.
What is the plan about tertiary issues?
Yeah.
And then you better TV so once and so be heart disease, or be kidney disease. Now yes, President Mama can solve both for 2B. I'm expecting a lot of things about those sectors as well. Energy. When we were in power, we realized that the reliance on hydro alone created problems for us. And at the time we made sure say we had energy mix. We just didn't rely on hydro. We brought in the emergency power plant at air thermal. We had plans for solar.
Yeah.
Oko Navronga, there was a solar plant that we were starting to build. So I also want the research agenda should also look at the energy mix, how we are going to do the various sources of energy to have energy sufficiency. And these are the things that we were expecting. And because of your time, all the other sectors of the economy, communication, where I serve on the communications committee, I have absolute trust in President Mama and appointee Wafano.
Yeah.
In fact, if you want somebody who knows communication and the agencies and how it works, there could be no better person than Sam George.
But the Honorable Musa question me, who GDA mapper, because Sam George a Canada.
Yes.
Who GDA mapper say under President John Bedru and Pempensua data cheap at the ordinary Ghanaian.
Remember very well, say the first ministerial appointment for President Mama was in the communication sector. So nobody knows the communication better than him. And he has gone to also pick somebody also name communication, In fact, the first assignment directive for area Sam George Ediba manager is about the data center, data cost. What committee data cost. No me sure say you be so papa after home am the cost of data no above from comparatively we have a higher cost of data compared to our neighbors yes.
But in Pempine yana the pushback data no any cheap
okay, it's some got to do with MNOs, mobile network operators, the operational costs, taxes are also.
So
some have also got to do with government policies. And if the policies are right, if you really listen to the operators, we meet them. You meet the Chamber of Telecommunication, they bring you the expert, they bring you the thesis out. You realize that if government is committed, we can do something about it.
But is it possible?
And that's why the SONA is important. You see, that's why it is important. It's not like nothing can be done. You see, we must get the basis and see the way to go out of it. And the things may not take off only now, but some of the things you get to hear them after 6 months, after a year, things will get better.
Very well. Honorable, may that say.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Daniel Wabasi live for Power FM and a TVXYZ. Yeah, that's why Ghana Mrachebe Ahaya na His Excellency John Mahama ever delivered the State of the Nation's address. Few commercial breaks, will be right back.
Right, for Yamama Kwaba about a Power 97.9 Casa Fiddy, so Dwaboase Jumedino and a year was Suguswa. Would see no, your free Ghana Russia with your film and I had the above Fidium has say, what is a million Kwame Menka and a year Russia with your phone be airborne como. Gone by was a member of parliament for the good people of Time, Ewa Bono Mantemo, Honorable Adams Ramsey Suleiman, and I'll tell that say one Kwame airborne como. My Emra Fidium has a monk on farm adventure and Emra Kwame back in Kenya, and so the amount Kakransu with Drew Fidium has swam, so Mekani in idea amount. My embon como bito, and then Yanamo and it's not Ghana Russia with your feel. Niama bebre akoswo ho yebema mo hu bina mame nko me mame hona menene emmon komo kitwe bina yensan emra biom na fe yensan ko mra hye bedwe ne enkohwe ne ekoswo ho mame akwaba biom mame free pie leaf ye Kelmet Pharmaceuticals ena waba na ye bon komo he dey afa pie leaf na anopai ensempa be na wode namo a wode brain
aja meda wase na mada mahwefo ne matiefo nso ase mediane mama BC Opeswa obetimi afreme mama pie leaf
eno na mepe eti anope ma yenti pie leaf nsem na amode ba ne anwanwa dwuma eduro na ba eya Ghana for eboje moso no ma one ye nso enche bi e wo hase
me da se papa aduro no sei enetie ai ma obi mfa 6 and ane 9
okay
donetie
okay
ye no pa ne adwuma pa eyenti eya anankrofo de ayen ebinemu ani so see one time enti anopai ye beka safa pulse anase hemorrhoid anase koko ye nananum beka no and ye fi ho so ane yaka ekuro ho asem kakra Kelmet Pharmaceuticals eye odofo anase adwumakuo bi a ye kra enrofi India manmu oba omanmu ha na se o ka se enro so na enro papa enro a FDA age atum a nkeka ho bone biara eni ho na FDA so ya nim se akukudam na wo ho mu nim de enti se omoji wadro tumu a na chese wudam fua enu nti anopa ye nkyere ho no ye beka kasa kakra afa pie leaf ointment ne tablet ho pie leaf ye edro wanwaso a ye den haban ma na aye nkeka ha boni bia na sensunsun so boni bia eni hu sa wo start se wo yusu a na sa wo sha se wo yusu a brano chest out me na beka akukuduro mu na yusu na wa obehu sunsun so papa ebefi emu aba ye woni capsules na ye wono ointment anase tablet nti senia eya ade bia meka no koko ye yare bia eho ya ahometew ehu yare a ewo ni nchichemu ewo ni grade anase ne stages meka no say stages eba ba ko mienu miensa enan wote ho ama stage 1 aba 2 aba 3 aba 4 aba mpacho se koko nko a na edokoro wa eno ani pie leaf say enetie pie leaf ointment ne tablet pebi na koko ene hawa
eya na wapeja koso yi se ne be ya ahwefo no ebetim aha
say enetie pie leaf ointment ne tablet say enetie
box near white na ahaban no edaso ahaban no efa bi yakoko na efa bi so eye green titi se ne wo TV so no sa pepepe enetie yeah
enti se koko nko na ya wode a eno ane se pie leaf koko no ye won internal ene ye won external sa me kasa na me pa chede ebi wo wumu na ebi so apiepie ebi wo honom a epia e wo hunam nani ebi so wo honom a sabi bebi a wugya wanan no ehuhu ana apai afri ho epai so asabi nya nsuo na edi ba o emoja na ewo wumu na ema wutimi koba edi afrusa na ewo wumu a woye nipa ema wo won kwa no moja ni pia na edi asam aba enti entwentwen so koko ye yare a ehu papa enti anopai sa wote menka mama pie liver eno ani pie leaf ointment
ECG came and assured us that it's 1.9% of gross. It's turned out that it is 3% of gross. And so even from information, that app was paid for by ECG. And yet ECG does not own that app. At the transition, they tried to migrate the whole system to that company. We're able to block it. And so all is not lost. I'm not against anybody. We want to ensure that there's value for money. We want to ensure that we protect the ordinary Ghanaian and the taxpayers' money. And so rest assured, we will tackle that issue. And we'll tackle that issue frontally and head on. I've briefed His Excellency the President and has given me full approval and authorization to move full steam. And that's exactly what we intend to do. President Mahama is very, very determined. He's very committed to local content and to Ghanaian participation. But we also want to balance that so that we can also get the needed FDIs into the economy in order to spur economic growth and ensure that we attain inclusive, accelerated growth. That we have an interest that maximizes their overall benefit, not just having the equity for the sake of it. I know some blocks that are owned by Ghanaians, and for some years now, no activity is taking place. It's a big loss that Ghanaian entrepreneur into the state. But if you can attract some majors and some big oil producers to partner with you and then spare up, ultimately begin to produce oil, because that is what you want to do, especially as we go through this energy transition. We must pump oil as much as we can whilst we brace up for the transition period. And our emphasis more is on the gas, so that all our thermal plants, we can run them on gas, even if they are dual fuel, but with some buffer, in order that if there's a problem with gas, we can easily switch to alternative fuel. And from the records, in 2022 thereabout, we made a savings of about 1 billion, taking gas consumption and light crude oil and all the liquid fuels that we would have otherwise imported. So gas is the way to go, and we would prioritize that and push that forward. During this period, I asked that, can we consult Cote d'Ivoire? Because of the West African power pool, if we can also get some power from them. And they wrote back that they need 200 megawatts from us.
Oh, I see.
So it tells you how challenging the situation is. And supply of reliable, uninterrupted electricity is quite expensive and it's quite difficult, but we'll do whatever it takes to ensure that we improve on what we've inherited.
Honor and a deep sense of recognition of our collective duties that I address you today at the opening of this orientation program. On the 18th of February, you took solemn oaths embracing the important constitutional duty to serve as the principal advisory body to the President of the Republic of Ghana, offering wisdom, experience, independent thoughts, and fresh perspectives in driving our nation's vision. Beyond the formalities of this gathering, it is the commencement of essential dialogues that will define the direction of this Council, how it affirms its duty, its role, reinforce its relevance, and contribute to the imperative responsibility that must confront all of us, which is resetting Ghana by establishing a governance framework that is genuinely development-oriented, institutionally robust, and reflective of the hopes and aspirations of all citizens. Eminent Council, we are at a pivotal moment in our democratic experiment. The Ghanaian people are unequivocal in their demand for a paradigm shift. They demand a governance structure that elevates national development above partisan proclivities. We need institutional resilience that transforms above the transience of political power. Your Excellency, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has embraced this charge with a clear mandate. to reset Ghana. This reset is not mere rhetoric. It is a pressing demand to overhaul the systems that have hindered our advancement and to create a governance model that is effective, forward-looking, suited to the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. The Council of State is pivotal to this overarching mission of national renewal and transformation. The success of this mission is inextricably intertwined with your responsibility to dispel the popular accusation of merely existing to validate predetermined decisions. Indeed, these accusations highlight a broader public expectation that government institutions must prove their value and not merely exist. Respectful members of this eminent council, you must therefore endeavor to contribute to the shaping of government policies at their inception and ensure that major policy choices are meticulously guided by the principles of accountability, equity, and long-term mutual interest. Your tenure must redefine the Council's role, transforming it from its perceptively passive advisory body into an active institution that anticipates challenges, offers bold recommendations, and demands accountability. This requires commissioning research, addressing policy gaps, and ensuring government discussions prioritize the national interest over short-term gains. At the heart of this national reset is a long overdue review of our Constitution. While the 1992 Constitution that has been instrumental in ensuring democratic stability, it must now evolve to meet the demands of a maturing democracy. For decades, there has been consensus on the need for constitutional reform, ensuring a proper balance of power among the co-equal arms of government, addressing inefficiencies in local governance structures, and establishing mechanisms for sustained national development. These are challenges that must be addressed with urgency. We must move beyond the idea of a constitution as merely a blueprint for power sharing. It must instead become a framework for development, one that prioritizes economic transformation, institutional efficiency, and collective aspirations of all Ghanaians. Eminent, you must see yourselves as custodians of this process. Your insights, drawn from decades of experience in governance, law, diplomacy, business, and traditional leadership, must shape the Constitution Review agenda. This is not a task for government alone. It is a national exercise that demands the highest levels of consultation, foresight, wisdom, among others. This council has long been a space for wisdom and experience, but today of young people in their 30s. This is uncharacteristic of the usual composition, but it signals a positive evolution. It reflects a growing recognition that governance thrives on both experience and fresh perspectives. The blend of seasoned guidance and youthful dynamism presents a unique opportunity to deepen national discourse and strengthen advisory process for the benefit of our democracy. Beyond age, diversity, this moment, activity in governance, one that values contributions from diversity, ensuring that voices across across generations, professions, backgrounds, find space in decision making, whether young or old, male or female. Urban or rural, each perspective enriches the governance process and strengthens the social contract between leadership and people. As members of this council, you nobly embody this evolving quality. You have the collective responsibility to demonstrate that inclusivity is not merely symbolic, but a driving force for better governance. Your deliberations must embrace diverse viewpoints. Your advice must reflect the lived experiences of all Ghanaians, and your service must inspire confidence that every voice matters in shaping.
In the heart of West Africa lies the Republic of Ghana, a nation resilient in spirit, rich in culture, and steady in its pursuit of progress. Today, we celebrate a momentous occasion in our nation's history as we welcome the newly elected president. His
All right, Abusia for Ugusa or Dwaboase or Power 97.9 Offensive TV XYZ. That's what I say. Ghana, Rashebeja Fiena, Hasena, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama HBA, Obed deliver the State of the Nation's address. Information I hear PK and it's by 10 year. Na Rebe Yaman and Yedra and what non do the no Yedra. Yakasenso, Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, Chief Julius Debra. When you be dada and I feel so I follow the Dwana or more presidency. Me who said Dwana and I'm having some Muslims say or number Samson and Mehunu Joyce Bamotari on also Ewo Efiase nature biano way a indication say my penya bedi beba na when you bad there now when you say my penny so and I'm console over. But what yes studio and I say yes say kitwe ya yabo say no. Honorable Nelson Jabab, or a member of Parliament, Emma Dechewo, Karachi East. But I'm going to visit HBI. Me, woman, you know about what I say. Na Atanasi Munoch, say, Crabro Yemwa, na Yekono, na your mampenny, Etma deliver State of the Nation's address. Karachi East this year. Karachi East, Mrashabedani, Honorable Nelson Jabab, Yamwachi Wakwaba. Begin to be the name boko. Now the way a coat of arms bo quote with the nature said that on my nan or far more blue. I said, oh, Casamuno, open to us so said a bear, a bushel for better come. Good. I say free baby.
Medase. I don't pay Medase, and I'm sure what you funina, Ghana funina, or BIT a XYZ. Yeah, XYZ, you know, say Monamoso. Muka nation, you know, ATM. To be feared, and then send a Mika say, and they Nijida. Yeah, a Nijer Bay. Yeah, Papa, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and I will deliver the maiden State of the Nation address. Emma Ghana mine, and Tigana funina. Don't want to me amahano. They are glued to their sets. Yeah. They are ready. Omupen some panel. I Papa John Dramani Mahama Ediba. State of the Nation addresser Eba inspire hope. They di any Eba Ghana Mamo. The Eba May Ireshimu. The Eba May Nidaso. Se Ghana mine. Yawo. A Mampenibia will drain your home. Your Mampenibia or Babel reset economy. No. TC Mino. Every baby or man say a pensay. Sa Pepe and never Pado Mahama Ediba. This is no Kayano. About 10 o'clock, Papa, a headquarters, a papa, a Jumara, the nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, or Baby Dumesh. And no more best son, I will share Musa or Becca, a beboy, I mean, at baby, I want I said, nothing. Wabra Yenya Santi, I said also, you will baby, I yeko, and no best son, oh, peso, a bubble bosso. And no, my papa was Paramount among them. will be the state of the nation in the area of the security. In fact, now your papa echo announce NDC eba bemo. Now the state of the nation na ensure your papa sa ade papa no would normal be at 2 years. Obi your papa ba oba be kan wasam anamu ayetu afa boku conflict ho. Eko pin be a yedu any the way forward. Say nyina ye hwe nim say enche no the lasting peace announced on Piesie Okrah ebeba northern part of Ghana hono and Ghana afana nyina. Number 2,
but me bo I didn't think there was a what dying star signal na di e che Ghana fo nyina. I didn't think that was a state of the nation's address SMP no ba be ka no e dey na che say within that space no betima aka bibia be che say wo mu ye bibia fa ho a ebebo ama akoma aba fam.
Yo, me pacho national security ade a ehunhia oman no mpuntuo papa, because if you are in a state of insecurity you cannot expect any development.
True.
Nti oman ya ye dunu ya mpuntuo anache ho pa no ye security ana ya bambo ene ye ade a ense ye dunu ho kan ansa na bibia.
Okay, afi yanko enkae no we who say over can ho kire ho asem. Ye wa ho kire.
Yes, ye wa ho kire mo. Boy sabre.
Ya bre ba.
Enye ye na ye ka. In fact, we na Ghana for gina so mudi to aba ama percentage a NDC nya no first in the history ye ho, because omu to aba no so omu per change. Omu to aba no so omu percent no massacre. Minua na asitira no enkwe exchange rate basa ofri baby a exchange rate a idija that time MPP $3.70 $3.70 to $1. Every year could do almost 17 Ghana cedis to $1.
No crap.
Now, and no cry by NDC second and I papa is SLZ John Dramani Mama. I bet you know 16 cedis and some pesos.
Yeah.
Entina ahunchire
me no amina antasenya modwuma enya monsa no adwuma omufra bem no na economy no eni asase e dane kai se mampanyi akufo ado kan wasem kai
na
emukase na eni ne dane
na eni ne dane say because ushe unemployment to unemployment at 8.4%.
Yeah.
Omobomboni the unemployment no e could do 14.6% unemployment. Those is we had a group known as this association. Now, not by NHS, they thought there was no need to even cry about it because it became a norm. Unemployment was unprecedented in the history of Ghana. CD depreciation and I make Ghana for Eswaria. People could not even afford 3 square meals a day. Now, you're a free fishing community. My main country premix keke yen nuano ma pare fo eduko nsuo omutumi koye fishing enye nsuo na e ba na nyina yetobi onyana premix any system nti bibia kwada ni smoke like those in 1979.
Yeah.
When Ghana was in that state.
Yeah.
Obi ekoto premix fuel na wakwesha kukuamu baby na ona ton double price. I'm a fisherman or Nunias April more and I'm a winter and
I'm saying, I say a bobura fertilizer,
a bobby fertilizer, a bobby farming chemicals.
So that's the state.
That is the state. Baby, I bet 2 mile. Internet, baby, and internet, there was no hope. We were in a state of hopelessness. The Papa Eba and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. No, Abeka Sansame, Ama Akumato Yema. Then we will welcome it as good news.
Okay. What about the controversies? A bit to say, Nancy more pump and go for your former Juma by December 7, directive free presidency or by say, woman call na yantu to no me, you know. When him say, one animal more MPP, I raise issues to the sense say, Yana, but your market crowd there, questions beside our appointment committee. Vincent Asafwani ni nuanom enso ADABN mu edi akokot edi na president Mahama betimaka ama entiasia ye adwuma because there are some of directive we know. Eya dynamic say as we do come mine no.
Yo, me da say. Want to know. Omudika bet to me no personally. Yen say mampeni ayetu aban abama wonu aban. Ama form aban for 4 good years. 2021 January. March 2021 January to December 2024. 4 good years. December waluzu aba. State of the economy na me ma wono. Who kono say structures ni nyina anya adwuma. Nti eda clearance na wakoja free Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
Minister of Finance who could not even sustain the ordinary Ghanaians living in the country is now clearing over thousands of people for them to be employed. But they didn't do this when you were in the seat as president. They've cleared those people since when? And as uncle phone and you employ them. They couldn't employ them that time. Or more train. In the affair where over Mum. Yanka is saying, Betty, I didn't know we are. Men, Emma be and will say, a so clear say, Woody Hanti, Unyan, our banner.
But even in that issue, raises why do you employ them at that point? No? There are other counter explanations. I just say a bit more for over 8 years. Nanansiemu, 7 years, and no appointment letter. How do you deal with a situation like that?
I don't know. I don't know. A man who say, for over 8 years. Why couldn't you employ them? Because over the state of the economy now, you could not sustain employing those people. And one for what has changed? Something that has worsened the state of economy. I was in one because when you so our woko. Who say I fed them if I my mom? Then it means indirectly you are not fair to your brother now. Ubano. Remember what I say? And nunti and a man penny and say, Tama, ye for unimpene mamon. Saying such a right time, a minu in Asha say, ye should as economy to mean sustainia. Then there is no need. You revoke and reappoint at the right time.
Okay.
And I'm a main country is a constitution, you know. I'm a man penny to me power. He's the only one who can appoint and disappoint well because they are Ghanaians. They live here. Now, Mwamunim say, as at the time, any numbers are now MPP, the then outgoing MPP government, a criminal of it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. The best men penny between me and say, Waravuki. In due course, only a Ghana for, and I'm medical car because a man penny and a wood to miss a wedding. Wow, 20 and our disappointing. So at the appropriate time, man penny share the state of the economy, no, or share BB. Let's say a quay say to me employer. Why not? They'll be re-engaged. Every time I MPP collapse, banks are hood. Can you imagine? Can you quantify the number of Ghana for our Muluzo Majuma?
It's way Attica.
There be any Attica, another bank. What will be banker? And found away in this in our MPP. The minimum away Ghana and our former bank. The minimum say where Ghana near me, mamma, or Tondo Kuno, a water breaker, and here small luna. Abia said you, Abianco Nicola Trabia, what the call secondary bank no equity loan. Obey to me alcohol, Susu Bank for you. Or could this alone? Or by most of a woman. Did we and did anybody sit down to analyze the implications and the effects of such collapse? No one. But then at the time, the economy at that time, and at the state of this national security at that time, no, and Mama Penisigan, that was the right thing for him to do.
Yeah.
And so he did it.
Yeah.
So at this moment, President Mahama, realizing that the state of our economy cannot sustain, cannot hold the current employment and promotions, Mampenanado, and the MPP are buying, claims some formulas, it was so an hour revoke.
Yeah.
To mean at an aquam and your bonnet.
Last one, as an Mamwako, a bone on crop house, Edunum Krom, is over national.
Good.
929. Some of the controversial issue among for experts is the president, Ebechemu, 82 cents, resetting Ghana. No.
Yeah.
One chebu na entiasianya adwuma. And number 2, Ghana a crime scene. No. At the end in the constitute sa crime. No. Who jiri ma pasa man penyi be edisanche no beba. No the background in no dey any betre.
Okay. Me da say resetting Ghana agenda. Ya kasi reset bibia. Enye dada no ai wo ho no. Ena ofa se odi reset. For example na obusa question say odi kan busa question bi.
Yeah.
About resetting Ghana agenda no. Ana me kire say ade no na dia emra no ka ho asam deda. For example, so we arrest obi a willfully ebia abandon willfully will cause financial loss to the state. Any part of the resetting agenda.
And there was a question that me busa and say ye chichi nkofo no. And I say yema amamfo face accountability no.
Good.
Eka resetting one. That was the question me busa off air.
Enka resetting no. Enka resetting no in the sense say eno no eye de wo ye ma batan no mu deda we ye constitution mu we ye bonise a ena emra batan kra koso to specify the degree of the offense no and crime no nti eno e wo ho deda. Number 2, resetting say udi bibi fufuro eba novelty. What are some of these? ...24-hour economy.
Okay.
Yeah, kanona yana musa hu. We dey tutu mfuturo na gu Ghana for any so. Enya dey beba mu. And net traders, foreign affairs minister, was that foreign passport office. Let's start it.
Yeah, 24-hour economy.
24-hour economy.
When you say DVL is right,
DVL ahinti.
And a Ghana publishing company.
Good. Good. When a friend resetting, ebi amobe to me afa Ghana for e mabunyi edwuma bebre. Ebia first maybe edwuma wo ho a. Ebia wo ya wa shift na another group aba. Nti ebema e mabun dodo no anya edwuma aye with the resetting Ghana agenda. We spoke about women's bank.
Development bank.
Women's Development Bank. Her Excellency. Yes, yeah. Nancy, you don't call Asian was a betiki effect. These are some of the new things, sir. NDC abano a babaye. Ebia ebin sida. And no any case resetting.
And you be radical. You be radical, be a babisi.
It's
that's the impression of Bimunya. Say you can see a reset, yeah. You be big.
And you bet near Tina say, a idea, Osha, a di papa, a idea, Osha, a dinscribe back Ghana for Asitremo. Yet, what are we resetting for? We are resetting to go forward. We are changing what we feel is not good to be able to put better things in place so the nation can move forward. This is a reset agenda. Now, Abia, and now Bank of Ghana, you swear, Bank of Ghana, governor
for France,
what steps are over to stabilize the Ghana's economy? That is resetting. What the previous administration could not do, where they lack that commitment, where they lack that capacity to do. If we have come to do it as NDC, then we are resetting the nation.
So with Esiamadia, we use as an example. State TV say we use artificial intelligence for normal adeyo. Edia be romo omo normal yebu. Neno na debate me eden sakrayaba. So is that to say novelty no ewo mo policy elements mo no. And only resetting na.
Novelty na ewo ye policy mo. And only resetting no. With you can't keep doing something in the same way and expect different results. But what I say, and yeah, reset Ghana. That means we are ready to do things in different way, different process, different manner, different formula. Sa formula no and the results are and also the new no the
Okay, very well. Honorable Benim say Obreno Aswan, no, Honorable Nelson Jabab MP, Emma Krachi East Empeso. A last question, last issue now for sorry so in the educational sector, Nancy, education idea that can afford to draw now commercial teachers and answer one term. And he found all compensation care free and the other funding free SHS because no one will also to Obama when say dedicated funding for free SHS. I'm sure the forum
Oh, okay. Question with the but I don't know, Majama education minister no. On the appropriate time or back, I bet and none way stakeholder engagement. Still, there's going to be stakeholder engagement, which may bet review now NDC and I the MPN and say, many women are named themselves free SHS no. It was rushed. Number one, NDC S30 say we were doing it systematically. We were doing it progressively. To put it better, it was better progressive. That is why Usha from even will do free education.
Yeah.
And it's in that progressive order.
But 1992, the Anna estate
saw NDC under John Mahama after His Excellency Jonathan Milson. We started with the E-blocks.
Yeah.
We started, and the E-blocks, if you look at them, where they place the E-blocks in the rural areas, that it was to make the nation develop.
Yeah. It had not been a better and
exactly.
Very well. Kratchi said, nothing so put here live for Power 97.9. Honorable Yaman Baba Sadio, Yabi Payu, somewhere in 2017, 2018. And one way I, and as I say, was out at the from as member of Power Show issue. That's a camera for.
Say, wow, name Power FM and the TVXYZ. Miami Fear. I'm not here as a guest, me was as a panel. My guest is December 2024. Abana Ghana for 2 years now. Election of the MPP now is around 88. all of these things a reflection presidentially and over 1.5 billion who lose the election we know afi through inappropriate moment interview more money qualification with party full soldiers now we employ or more into various institutions to come and inherit for and I mean
appointment letter.
Oh. Kwame, who should letter now? Your number Julius Debra Troya. Pointed to the fact a payroll. It's Nipanu order than was the person being paid? Nipanu can payroll no one. Another point, no look, we have to understand the fact say the payroll and no a key component of the economy. And then many of the challenges I have here as a country are the fact say we share the revenue generation. Over 90% are going to the payment of salaries and emoluments. It is an empower.
And based on many things in the border, but also based on balancing budgets and getting our country back into shape. And this is a big part of it. So Elon, if you could get up and explain where you are, how you're doing, and how much of a successful guy he's really working so hard. And he's got businesses to run. And in many ways, I say, how do you do this? And, you know, he's sacrificing a lot. And getting a lot of praise, I'll tell you, but he's also getting hit, and we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Musk please say a few words.
Well,
thank you, Elon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually just call myself a humble tech support here because this is actually, as crazy as it sounds, that is almost a literal description of the work that the Doge team is doing, is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. So we are actually tech support. It's ironic that it's true. The overall goal here with the Doge team is to help address the enormous deficit we simply cannot sustain as a country $2 trillion deficits. The interest rates, just the interest on the national debt, now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing, it is an essential thing. That's the reason I'm here. And taking a lot of flack, and getting a lot of death threats, by the way. I mean, I'd like to stack them up, you know. But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done. And I'm confident at this point, knock on wood, you know, knock on my wooden head, there's a lot of wood up there, that we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. That would be roughly 15% of the $7 trillion budget. And obviously that can only be done with the support of everyone in this room. And I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Thank you very much. This can only be done with your support. So it's really DOGE is a support function for the president and for the agencies and departments to help achieve those savings and to effectively find 15% in reduction in fraud and waste. And we bring the receipts. So people say like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So, and I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption. But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction in financial year 2026. It requires saving $4 billion per day, every day, from now through the end of September. But we can do it, and we will do it. Thank you.
Would you have any questions of Elon while we're on the subject of those? Because we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please, we'll finish off with that. And if you would have any questions, please ask. You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you that President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
Let the cabinet speak just for a second. Is anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, we'll throw him out of here. Respect for Elon and that he's doing this, and some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you for the most part, I think everyone's disagree a little bit, but I will tell you for the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled. So go ahead. Grateful.
Ever. Literally. So, I do not give false praise. This is an incredible group of people. I don't think that such a talented team has actually ever been assembled. I think it's literally the best cabinet that the country's ever had, and I think the company should be incredibly appreciative of the people in this room.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Musk. Are there about half of the government employees so far appear to have responded to your request for what they've been doing over the past week? Is there a timeline in place for next moves for people being fired? And when can the American people expect to see results of that?
Yes. Well, to be clear, I think that email perhaps was best interpreted as a performance review, but actually it was a pulse check review. Do you have a pulse? Do you have a pulse and 2 neurons? So if you have a pulse and 2 neurons, you can reply to an email. This is, I think not a high bar, is what I'm saying. This is, anyone could accomplish this? But what we are trying to get to the bottom of is we think there are a number of people on the government payroll who are dead, which is probably why they can't respond. And some people who are not real people, like they're literally fictional individuals that are collecting paychecks. Well, somebody's collecting paychecks on a fictional individual. So we're just literally trying to figure out, are these people real? Are they alive? And can they write an email? Which I think is a reasonable expectation for the American public would have at least that expectation of someone in the public sector.
Mr. Musk, roughly 1 million employees.
Guys, come on.
Roughly 1 million employees have responded so far to this email. Does that mean that the remaining 1 million or so federal employees now risk being terminated? And is it your understanding and expectation when you post a directive on X that the cabinet secretaries will follow that order? Because several agencies have instructed employees that this is voluntary or not to respond.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I guess there was like last week, the president encouraged me via Truth Social and also via phone call to be more aggressive. And I was like, okay, yes, sir, Mr. President, we will indeed do that. The president is a commander asks. And I said, can we send out an email to everyone just saying, what did you get done last week? And the president said yes, so I did that. We got a partial response. We're going to send another email. But our goal is not to be capricious or unfair. We want to give people every opportunity to send an email. And the email could simply be, what I'm working on is too sensitive or classified to describe. Like literally just, that would be sufficient. I think this is just common sense.
And what is your target number for how many workers, employees you're looking to cut total?
We wish to keep everyone who is doing a job that is essential and doing that job well. But if the job is not essential or they're not doing the job well, they obviously should not be on the public payroll.
Wait a minute. I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. They haven't responded. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people. Now, maybe they don't exist. Maybe we're paying people that don't exist. Don't forget, we just got here. This group just got here. But those people are on the bubble, as they say. Maybe they're going to be gone. Maybe they're not around. Maybe they have other jobs. Maybe they moved and they're not where they're supposed to be. A lot of things could have happened. I wouldn't say that Biden ran a very tight administration. They spent money like nobody's ever spent money before. Wasted money. The Green New Scam, all of the different things they spent money on. And you've seen that. We've seen that with some of the things that I read in speeches. I read them and people can't believe when I read them. 20 million here, 30 million here for, a little educational course on something. Circumcision, right? Circumcision. $20 million to inform the people of such and such a country on other things and other things other than that. So, those people are, right now we're trying to find out who those people are that haven't responded. Now, there'll be some agencies, like Marco has people within state that are right now doing very classified, very confidential work, and we understand that, and we've talked, and, we're being a little more...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Calhoun, what is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, it's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's $32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
What is it you get paid to do exactly?
I get paid to run the Boeing company.
Yeah. So just help me understand that. I mean, do you get paid for transparency? Is that one of the metrics for your income?
I think the board counts on me for transparency.
Really? Because you're under investigation for falsifying 787 inspection records. The Boeing's under criminal investigation for the Alaska Airlines flight. You were investigated by DOJ for criminal conspiracy to defraud the FAA. This is all in your tenure. This doesn't sound like a lot of transparency to me. What about safety? Is that a component of your salary?
South. Okay, yeah, live our reach 98.7 FM. I was info so okay, Timmy say be a honum and I would say and can hear for the Mrante. By my NTO.
Aha, me pa jo me dem fa o ka safa cocoa price. Aha, ti be ya o ma ma ti afu ye fi ani age. But na ba wo ye di cocoa ke an cocoa boro ye pe so ka wa sa ni ehun ni cocoa so ti share wo.
Okay, ya te cocoa akuafo so problem no say cocoa bo no betumi akosoro na afa ye so atumi abo aba kai say Ura John Dramani Mahama ka say fertilizer program no wo the air ba na no me nam cantonment baby na me hu Ghana fertilizer deben. So I think say ebeba so but honorable Harry Kopoku ye chawa na no pay cocoa price. So hello, good morning. Me pacho did say na okasa free here.
Pacho Bidi Francis me kasa free Otil region capital
Dambai. Okay. My NTO and man paying address Ghana for. What are your expectations?
Me pacho adia here to say oba no abehye bo amai wa obeye in some sort of fancy so ama nansa no pantu asai beye na otweni ensamu ni nya pantu in fancy bende beye 3 days sansa no mabeye nkakra dia amai it is sad ni ye here some power by high.
All right. Yate sir empanyu for 80 I think say one more ebeba dambai. Me say mo mra se bedwani so e wo ho a wono so obo sa adwuma no na afi wa hwese ne be ya empanyu for ebetumi aboa na afi pantu na tumi aye adwuma because wo mo a wono mo na no me say na ebi mo e complaining na wo mo edi empanyu for atem e wo ho ehu hia pa pantu no hu hia. Hello, good morning. Hello. Matthew.
Hello.
Matthew.
Yeah.
Me Matthew, we did the same. Me hoya pa. We did the same na offer free here.
But to make it free.
Highways. Okay. Now we did the same.
Because me didn't bonya.
Okay. Kwabena bonya. Okay. Yeti o mampanyi address Ghana for ene. E dey na wo hwe nim se mampanyi ebebo so.
Oh, me hwe nim se I am from ni. Nti se me kata kwa me mata bonya kata kakra from. Ade e hwe nim se mata mpato ye kurom kwa enye kura ye kurom ho nim kwa nye woni ma buruma se kwai no. Buruma se kwai no wo ka se na ana se kende me kai wono kwa we.
Okay.
That's no John, I'm it's not from all how baby see. I'm not gonna be in training. I'm kuchu. I'm the Jandy.
Bolly for so kasa Jandy wom to say fantra for ho. Jandy say please no. Jandy no I say then. Jandy no. I say Jandy no I say
me pato.
Banda Fonso Kajande, the no Mate, Nafana Fonso Casa Jane, and no such as me pacho, the Ghana Casano Bebrina, SSA, over to my bon como and ano pay, our TV XYZ 0208 9841 Baba address Ghana for.
I say, the better man paying come pa. Yes, you are stay so for the must be you know.
Nana me kasa na say they akofop kakra o.
Masa galam tin de fo de muguso pa.
E wa boso me frɛ ho.
Ai.
Hey, yate Ghana Forestry Commission 40, Empire 40, Lands Minister, Oronso 80, and Ashanti Regional Minister. Hey, Dr. Frank Amwakohene. Wo boduma papa Dr. Frank Amwakohene ye hia wan kran ha Bragreta Krawate. Be minister maye wa. hey obo adwuma dika enya asam keto era calls bi ba bi oba na mame for last 2 calls na fe yan cross over to parliament abo no ndu ye hwe anim se mampanyi ebeba betena se oba eyemra shebedwefi na omayi etebea wode abrayen o se nya calls fa won for last one na enko hello good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Me pacho di disenyo now free him.
I am Nyako make a free airport.
Okay, airport. Nyako yetio ano president address Ghana for.
Yes, so my penny say petrol there. On the money come from Nanti so we there are reflected cry. Ye papa are reflected cry ye papa.
And our can engine capacity is saying.
Oh 0.1 kitwabi.
Oh, kitwabi.
Two tabi.
Ah, okay. And I bet you my 1.0.
Dear talk to me, so yes, say. Omo bakrono wa bandada ne pensu ni nyina se sika ne de. Ye ni so yes sika de bu man no. Na se sika ne de, ye gidi se wo dia. So what ya say? That Greek lady ye yanti en adwunu. Because that Greek no
na mra shebe dwafi se me kan say be boten na waduru ho. Ono nya afi na okodware ne nananom. Me kan me se be boten na mampanyi aduru ho. 10 pepepe waduru ho. Tew da yeko. Eje wo so akwa
na ho ye de
ne aka ni
ye de me ase
ye wom
se o ka se 10 mampanyi beduru mrahye bedwafi ho
me kan
se no we prophet
da bi anya se me prophet awomati ye ba ya na ejina ni am say mampanyi enya first na state of the nation address na yakwa kwatra se se na ye kotwen aye se ayefo yire o se den o na fe
ayefo kunu
da bi say ya be ma ni dika ba oba no asa na waka kwam oh na fe na ye kwa kotwen ya 10 anopa mi hu flyer no 10 am na me se pa
okay
adena fa mampanyi beduru ho 10 enne se 10 boy ya fra me aka che say mampanyi aba beduru no it I think say sesi ano Ghana no enya agudie because your radio mama e kasa no that's why you know say it's not business as usual
say sa na say kwame time ho iska kwaku time is cow time is money yeah and value na ene enya hwe be wie no na bia say day ana manta ne
President. Together with the Vice President. Outcome of some of the things that have been rolled out so far on the promises. Promises that the particular list, so 26 items, which promises that the particular list, so 6 items, which includes nominate within the first 14 days, nominate within the first 14 days, his first 90 days in office. We'll see how efficient, how standard for all government officials. That is yet to be done. Hold a national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget. What you're seeing now is a consolidation program to guide the budget. What you're seeing now is a Chamber of Parliament camera from where you're watching on your television. It's the and you realize that the public gallery is also full. Lots of invited guests also at the public gallery that's made up of the media men to continue with the 120-day social contract. Fifth one says that within the president's first the COVID levy been during the first levy been during the first on that list levy been during the first on that list.
Call out, sir. Some would just summarize as signs of expectations to be met. Now, before I address this, you would notice that the first day the president assumed office, it was real from the figures and from the testimony of the CEOs and managers of the independent power producers that he was faced with an imminent crisis, doomsday. And so quickly he summoned a meeting, and on 2 occasions they met these people, and a certain strategy was adopted to find how to import light crude oil and at the same time buy time with the management of the West African Gas Pipeline Company. And as we speak, the pipelines are being cleaned, and the worst that would have happened has been managed, and so that is okay. The president, yes, we have challenges with the power sector, but the president made a proactive step, and that is what has managed the problem. Otherwise it would have been worse off, because there wasn't much money to buy liquefied petroleum or liquid fuel, that's how they call it, liquid fuel to propel the thermal plant. Some of them have been retrofitted. Now as we speak, I think the anthem is about to be played, which suggests that the president is ready. And so, Randy.
All right, thank you, Eric. Maybe we'll come back to wind up when the president is done, but let's go back to the chambers quickly. Stay with us.
Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we have to prepare for all eventualities. We have the following distinguished dignitaries with us. Definitely, after welcoming His Excellency the President, he is not here alone. He's present here with his spouse, by the name Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We have the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. We have the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. We also have the spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Tokonu. And definitely the spouse of the Speaker, Madame Linda Ofosua Obo. We have the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. And we have a number of our Lordship, the Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature with us here. Right Honorable Eduardo Ajahu. And we have the former President, always present, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Honorable members, order, order, order. Honorable members, please, we are recognizing those present. Honorable members, we also have the former First Lady, the evergreen, ever-present, Her Excellency Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings. We have with us the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson Asiedu Inketia. We also have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayensu Nkim. We have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Phoebe Javi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. We have, as usual, our Excellencies, the diplomatic corps of the various countries in Ghana. You can see, as usual, they have come in their numbers. We are extremely grateful for your presence. And we have the couples, the heads of the various security services with us. And we have our revered chiefs, queens, and queen mothers with us here. And the various heads of all the religious bodies we have in this country. We'll also have the former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Anyimedu, and the recently outgone former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia. Honorable members, in the meantime, this is the list of the dignitaries that I have who are present here with us. May I now, on your behalf, and with the greatest pleasure, invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, the Right Honourable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency the spouse of the President, Your Ladyship the Chief Justice, our Honourable Members of Parliament, Honourable Members of the Judiciary, distinguished leaders of our security services, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered Nime Name, chiefs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the national chairmen of political parties and executives, the good people of Ghana, I wish you a very good morning. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that the President address the people of Ghana in whom sovereignty resides on the state of the nation. About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august House as a Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic, demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I consider the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Othman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. And through their votes, they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I said, 7 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These 2 events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed a plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, after initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this Honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, Cocoa Road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayments, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming 4th review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payments of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last peswa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 2024, February 24, 2025. Similarly, the 182-day Treasury bill rate, which was 29.07% as of January 6, 2025, has decreased to date to 25.388%. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day Treasury bill rate has also moved from 30.41% to 27.30% in the same period. We signed a Memorandum of Understanding with our Official Creditor Committee, OCC, to formalize the debt treatment agreed upon with our official creditors. This marks a crucial step towards Ghana's restoration of long-term debt sustainability. The agreement will enable financial resources to support and strengthen our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, on February 20th, 2025, the National Tripartite Committee and the Public Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single-spine salary structure, respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and cooperation in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, I enjoyed the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this year will significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability, we encourage exports, we activate the 24-hour economy policy, we implement the $10 billion Big Push policy for swift infrastructure development, we rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, In fulfillment of our 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people, we have put in place the planning committee to host the National Economic Dialogue. This dialogue is expected to discuss the state of the economy and reach a consensus on the key policies needed to address the devastating economic crisis confronting us. Are better than one. Tikro and Kwejina. Consultation and consensus building have always proven to be better than unilateral decision making. It is my hope, therefore, that our colleagues on the other side of the divide will display love of country and participate in this national dialogue, unlike the boycott of the Senchi Forum in 2014. I humbly choose a different path of accommodation and cooperation with all stakeholders. We will continuously engage on important issues so that together, as a nation, we can reset our country and focus on sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, together we shall build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debts. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline WACO were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I've been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI, and this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukwan Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukwan Kitinkiti. The Nkukwan Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market. And it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution. And this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among the youth. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the Livestock Development Project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmers service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We will also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. We will provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing fish production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we will encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs, and boost exports. Our commitment to supporting women in the fisheries sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs and to ensure stricter accountability in their implementation, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024. That's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, we shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the system, deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business. In areas such as road safety regulations, financial literacy, and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope of basic education and introduce the Zero to Hero initiative to enhance foundational literacy and numeracy. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms, 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries as put out by the previous administration was an exaggerated and false narrative calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our promise, the Minister for Education has announced the restoration of Parent-Teacher Associations, PTAs, in the running of schools. It is important for parents and communities to participate in the administration of their schools. The Ministry of Education and GAS will, however, ensure that PTAs do not impose unbearable financial burden on parents and students who cannot afford them. Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are committed to eliminating it by accelerating school infrastructure expansion and completing stalled educational projects. To fund this, the Education and Finance Ministries are working to uncap the GET fund so that we can accelerate projects in secondary schools. As promised, we have begun improving secondary school feeding, and the children are getting better quality food as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their own food procurement. Mr. Speaker, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We will therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for facilities of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Governments will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels projects. This is a partnership between government universities and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses, to allow more students to get accommodated on the campuses, allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the students will ensure good governance in the administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our sector faces significant challenges that are the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when obligations, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that are stalled under the previous administration. A promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for all projects. For the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I tell you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $18, $30 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been completed. One of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's state forcing services without priorities and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USAID's strategic interests. Programs that will be affected include the delivery of medical commodities to regional health stores and health facilities in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and Savannah regions. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and Afro regions, these will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss, and I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month on March 11th. Working with the NHIA, will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental major priorities. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Mahama Cares, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. When I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a Social Democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, we will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms, to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments, and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mustered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCEs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we are also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, will reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I am aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. All sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, tourism, culture, and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline into a vibrant tourism and economic hub. Although the cabinet approval for this vital project was achieved during my presidency in 2016, progress has stalled. We will reassess the work completed and take decisive action to bring this all-important project back on seat of government and the area around it as a tourist attraction. It will have a pedestrian precinct with arts and craft markets, jewelry and gold markets. This approximate 20-acre land will become a destination for tourism. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across this country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, it has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have parked their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors. We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we will minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the Ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadan rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adome. We will also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Ehin to the Takoradi port, while providing passenger transport on the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest, invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that an efficient national carrier can reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and they include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats, and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we will develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our research agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate fresh water sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This alarming situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrade, Asankragwa, Sehirioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the country, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction, and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units, and this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted monthly from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we are implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in galamsey. We are expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We will also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history. The history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, ORAL. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the oral committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the oral committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes. We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We will initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we are committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes, and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development. In addition to housing, we will prioritize improvements to rations and fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the 3rd Civil Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plants, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Afari Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and undisclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Evans Atamils of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it's yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We'll continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we will expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the passport office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The passport office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labor Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honorable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so, to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. 28 February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, You gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embraced the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's tax nets, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it. So that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable members, please resume your seat. Honorable members, honorable members, order. Honorable members, please, honorable members, let me assure you, I have the full support of parents to discipline the students. I will not accept any apologies again. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the Majority Leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your crown in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope, and this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be and we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency the President first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, Mr. Speaker, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at the time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana. And you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this house, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the President again says that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed few ministers, but more and more and more presidential staffers and more committees. Mr. Speaker, the President again.
Honorable members, please.
The President again came to this house with a familiar story, the visual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, Zaneto Rawlings, is missing. Haja Ladi is missing. Helen Ntosu is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President.
Honorable members, please, order.
The Vice President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do two things: pay domestic bonds that matured, and then also they have successfully done some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debts to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the President any budgets? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he has today told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, sack them, sack them, dismiss her, dismiss her, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Accra today, the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Baku termination baby. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the President that he is going to launch the Nkukon Kitinkiti. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Mr. Speaker, the President talked about the school feeding program, and in his submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that at the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Ajakum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge it. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the youth of the NDC besieged the headquarters of the NDC demanding for jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus the independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today this house is full. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, we have patience.
Honorable members, please, honorable members, honorable minority leader, you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last SONA, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the President failed to tell us that he came to meet a public and civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the President failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently, the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages. And the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members. And I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have with us in the chamber Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2, honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga. Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 28 February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.